Chapter 395. That meant that if he tried to dodge, the dagger would not be merciful. Zhang Sanshan was so scared that he did not dare to move. He could only stand there with a look of indignation and anger as he endured Li Qinghe's punch. Bang! Li Qinghe's punch landed on Zhang Sanshan's chest. As the muffled sound was heard, it was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. That punch had broken many of Zhang Sanshan's sternum. Uffed! Zhang Sanshan could not help but groan after taking the punch. His face turned pale and blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. His eyes were full of malice, and one could imagine how angry he was. He could easily kill a weakling like Li Qinghe with a pinch of his fingers. However, the problem was that Xiao Yang was not easy to deal with. Since he was still under Xiao Yang's control, he did not dare to move and could only accept it. "Oh, Zhang Sun kid, you're quite capable. You can even endure this. I've unleashed all the combat power of a second-stage martial ancestor. I have to say, you're really admirable. In order to show my respect, I'll give you another punch." Li Qinghe chuckled and his eyes flickered with mockery. Then he once again channeled his cultivation and injected it into his fist before throwing it out. With a bang, the sound reverberated. Zhang Sanshan took another punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. Almost his entire chest had caved in, and it was unknown how many sternum had been broken this time. He had already reached the limit of his tolerance, and he fiercely glared at Li Qinghe as he fiercely threatened, "Bastard, just you wait. I'll definitely kill you later." Li Qinghe curled his lips and was not afraid at all. Then Zhang Sanshan looked at Xiao Yang and questioned in dissatisfaction, "Enough? What do you want? Isn't that enough?" Although it was disrespectful of him to attack Xiao Yang first, he was still avenging the death of his elder. Now that he had been humiliated and taught a lesson, he could accept it. But now it was about time. Could it be that Xiao Yang really dared to kill him? Xiao Yang sneered and said unscrupulously, "So what if I kill you? Didn't your clan elder die in the end?" CK, this guy really dared to kill. Zhang Sanshan only felt like he had been slapped in the face. He thought that the other party wouldn't dare to kill him at the foot of Poison Mountain, so he had some backing. However, the other party had even killed the clan elder, so why would he be afraid of him? One had to know that even Li Xingzong, who had gone to Martial Yang City to host the tournament, had been killed. Thinking about how Xiao Yang was a lawless person, Zhang Sanshan couldn't remain calm. He hurriedly said, "Brother Xiao Yang, don't be agitated. Let's talk things over. There's nothing that can't be solved with money these days. If it can't be solved, it's just that you don't have enough bargaining chips." Zhang Sanshan hurriedly took off the storage ring on his finger and handed it to Xiao Yang. Then he revealed a pleasant expression and said, "Brother Xiao Yang, this is my apology to you. I was rude, so please forgive me. You are a great person, so you won't lower yourself to the same level as me, right?" Xiao Yang chuckled and accepted the other party's storage ring. He slowly said, "You just have to swear a blood oath that you won't bully my people in the future. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to swear in this lifetime." That was a threat. Xiao Yang was also worried about the safety of Li Qinghe and the others. This Zhang Sanshan's cultivation was not weak. If it weren't for his special martial skills, he might not be able to subdue him so easily. So, it was better to be on guard first, lest he be careless and be killed by the other party. Humph! Zhang Sanshan couldn't help but snort softly. He was very unwilling to do this. Li Qinghe had humiliated him in front of so many people, and he had long held a grudge. Now that he had to swear such a blood oath, how could he raise his head in front of others in the future? Wasn't this a great humiliation? However, when Xiao Yang moved the dagger in his hand, he immediately cowered. If he didn't listen to Xiao Yang's request, he would be killed by Xiao Yang. He couldn't afford to be hurt. After thinking about it, he endured it and forced himself to say, "Okay, I'll swear it, okay?" This was an extreme humiliation. It was too hateful, but he could only grit his teeth and accept it. After he swore a blood oath, Xiaoyang let him go. Okay, you can get lost. Remember, don't provoke me easily. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Xiaoyang warned the other party. After Zhang Sunshan got his freedom, he retreated a distance and found his confidence again. He said to Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, just you wait. I will never forget the humiliation you gave me. Although he swore a blood oath not to deal with the people around Xiaoyang, he didn't say that he couldn't deal with Xiaoyang. As long as he found the next opportunity, he would definitely make a move against Xiaoyang. Whatever, I'll be waiting. Xiaoyang smiled contemptuously. He didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. Although the other party's cultivation was strong, compared to him, it was far from enough. Why should he be afraid of him? After watching Zhang Sunshan leave, Xiaoyang curled his lips and planned to return to the rest area to rest. Cousin, you were careless. You should have let him not deal with you when he swore a blood oath. Now that you have protected us, you are putting yourself in danger. What should we do? Lan Jiaya frowned and looked at Xiaoyang worriedly. Li Qinghe also came up and suggested, Brother Xiaoyang, you should be afraid that the thief will remember you. You should know this better than me. How can you let him go like this? Qin Zhifu didn't say anything. Seeing that these two people were worried about Xiaoyang, he couldn't help but ease the atmosphere and said, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Everyone has seen Brother Xiaoyang's strength. You can easily subdue Zhang Sunshan once. Naturally, you can easily subdue him a second time. Don't worry. The other party is indeed not my opponent. Your worries are unnecessary. Xiaoyang waved his hand, indicating that they didn't have to worry. The surrounding spectators began to talk again. Look, Zhang Sunshan was actually defeated. This Xiaoyang is actually so strong. This is incredible. The people of Marshalyang City are too awesome. Even Zhang Sunshan was subdued by them. It seems that the people of Marshalyang City can't be easily provoked in the future. More spectators' thoughts became active. Many people licked their lips and came to the rest area of Marshalyang City to greet Xiaoyang and the others. Xiaoyang was too lazy to pay attention to them. When he defeated Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin, it was equivalent to them surrendering. However, since Zhang Sunshan appeared, they were afraid of being implicated and hurriedly ran away. Now they even wanted to pass by and see familiar faces. Who would care about them? Even Lan Jiaya, Chen Jifu, and Li Qinghe were too lazy to pay attention to them. They smiled and left awkwardly. On the contrary, Gu Qianqian, Gu Shanqing, and Gu Shanhe weren't driven away. After all, they had known each other for a long time. Chapter 396. Look, Zhang Sunshan and the others are walking together with Zhou Shanlin and Zhou Shankai. What are they thinking? The surrounding onlookers soon noticed the behavior of Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others. These guys were not people they could provoke, whether it was their personal strength or their powerful background. Any one of them was enough to make them look up to them. Therefore, they were like stars, receiving the attention of everyone. They were all defeated by Xiaoyang one after another, but now they were walking together. The charm of this was unimaginable. What do you know? They have a common enemy, and they are even more powerful. Such a simple logic. Anyone with a little brain can see it. It seems like they are going to stir up trouble. I am worried for Xiaoyang and the others. It seems like they are going to be messed up. Many people were discussing. On the contrary, Xiaoyang was sitting in his seat as if nothing had happened. He closed his eyes and rested. He didn't care about the changes in the surrounding situation. He didn't put them in his eyes. They were nothing more than a group of jumping clowns. There was no need to make a fuss. On the contrary, Lan Jiaya and the others felt something was wrong. Their expressions changed several times. They even wanted to remind Xiaoyang. However, they could only restrain themselves when they saw that Xiaoyang was completely uninvolved. These fellows who refused to give up. Even if they gathered together again, what can they do? Aren't they still defeated by us? Lan Jiaya angrily said. She was very dissatisfied with the fact that they were a nest of snakes and rats. Qin Jifu and Li Qinghe were somewhat heavy. Although Zhang Sunshan had promised not to trouble them, he could let Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others take action. It was equivalent to using their hands to deal with Chen Jifu and Li Qinghe. Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others were not Xiao Yang's opponents, but they could use Zhang Sunshan's strength to restrain Xiao Yang. Their cooperation was simply a match made in heaven. Even if they were to face Xiao Yang again, they wouldn't be afraid. Xiao Yang remained indifferent. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were useless. This time, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Gu Qianqian, and the others were determined to stand with Xiao Yang and the others. Previously, when Xiao Yang and the others were in trouble, they didn't help them, and they already felt bad about it. If Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and Zhou Shankai caused trouble again, no matter what, they would help them. They understood the principle that if the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold. Look, the poison sect's outer sect disciples are here. I know that person. He's Fong Tianhan, ranked 3rd on the outer sect disciple rankings. That guy is not simple either. Although his cultivation is only at the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm, his secret techniques are unfathomable and his transformations are strange. It is impossible to guard against him. What is important about him is not his cultivation, but his combat power. I didn't expect him to personally come and greet us. Xiao Yang opened his eyes and looked towards the east. That direction was where the poison sect's headquarters was located. It was on the mountain, and they were currently at the foot of the mountain. When they saw Fong Tianhan, they saw him flying on his sword and slowly descending. He blinked with anticipation. Are we finally going to the poison sect? Cousin, look, it's senior brother Fong Tianhan, personally coming to greet us. Lan Jiaye was extremely excited as she hurriedly called out to Xiao Yang. Big brother Xiao Yang, hurry and get up. I think we should hurry and enter the poison sect. Gu Qianqian also happily grabbed Xiao Yang's hand. Her small face was flushed red, and she looked very cute. Qin Jifu, Gu Shanhe, and the others were also excited. There wasn't a single person present who wasn't happy. They were all geniuses from their respective cities and had come here to join the poison sect. They all considered joining the poison sect as an honor, so there was no need to mention how happy and excited they were now that their grand dreams were about to come true. Xiao Yang blinked and rose to his feet to stand with the rest of the group. No matter what, his impression of the poison sect wasn't bad. Since he was going to cultivate here for a while, he should show them a certain amount of courtesy and respect. We pay our respects to senior brother Fong Tianhan. As Fong Tianhan flew down on his sword, many people cupped their fists and bowed. Fong Tianhan smiled faintly. He enjoyed the crowd's respect and admiration. Good, good, good. You're all worthy of being the elites of various cities. The fact that you're able to come here shows that you have outstanding skills. I'm here to greet you on behalf of the poison sect. I hope you can cultivate well in the poison sect. Fong Tianhan greeted them warmly. Many thanks, senior brother Fong. Please guide us in the future. Many people cupped their fists again to express their gratitude. Fong Tianhan laughed heartily, growing even more pleased with himself. Good, good, good. Since you've all said that, I'll remind you one more time. All new disciples of the poison sect have to overcome 5 trials and defeat 6 generals. These trials are set on the path. You only need to walk from the foot of the mountain to the top to pass. I can't reveal the specifics. All right, everyone is present. Now, quickly go up the mountain. The sect leader, elders, and various pavilion masters are all waiting for you. Of course, they are also watching your actions. I hope that you will work hard and not disappoint them. Fong Tianhan laughed, excitement on his face. When he first arrived, his senior brother had received him the same way. But he never imagined that after several years, it would be his turn to welcome the new disciples. After exhorting them, he flew up on his flying sword and hovered in the air, ready to watch the new disciples pass the trials. Although they were already disciples of the poison sect still had 10 pavilion elders, 3 grand elders, and even the sect head. They still had to think carefully about where they should go. The tests and assessments they'd taken along the way were all for their sake, mainly to see their talent. For example, those skilled in the sword could go to the sword pavilion. Those with Buddhist comprehension could go to the Buddhist song pavilion. Those with lightning talent could go to the lightning pavilion. There were also the poison pavilion, pill pavilion, pet pavilion, and so on. Aside from the 10 pavilions needing new blood, the elders of the 3 great sects were also planning to take in disciples. The poison sect master had also revealed his intentions. This new batch of disciples had hit the jackpot. Even they hadn't been so lucky back then. If the sect head picked them and personally trained them, their future achievements would be limitless. Everyone was moved. Although Fong Tianhan didn't go into detail, they still had a rough idea. Gu Shanqing said, "Brother Xiaoyang, let's go. Let's go up together. The checkpoints along the way will focus on our performance and potential, so we have to work hard. This will determine which pavilion we will enter." Li Qinghe blinked and said with a smile, "Brother Shanqing is right. Let's all work hard." Chapter 397. Just as everyone was about to go up the mountain, they heard an ear-piercing voice that didn't fit the atmosphere. "Senior Brother Fong, please uphold justice for us. Sob sob," that was the man from Zhou City. When he shouted those words, he immediately knelt on the ground and cried his eyes out. His face was covered with tears and snot, and he pretended to be very wronged. His appearance made Fong Tianhan feel disgusted because the snot on his face was really disgusting. However, Fong Tianhan was thinking about his upright image, so he patiently asked, "What happened? Tell me clearly. If you've really been wronged, I will definitely uphold justice for you." The disciple of Zhou City, who was kneeling on the ground and crying, immediately complained, "Senior Brother Fong, you don't know. We were all screwed over by Xiaoyang from Marshallyang City. He robbed us of our storage rings, which contained all of our cultivation resources. This is an act of banditry, a barbaric act. He wants to cut off our cultivation path. Senior Brother Fong, please uphold justice for us and help us get our storage rings back." With this person crying, the other Zhou City disciples also started begging. There were more than 20 of them. With so many people begging, Fong Tianhan couldn't remain calm. He could only look at the people in the resting area of Marshallyang City and ask, "Which one of you is Xiaoyang?" After all, he didn't know Xiaoyang, so he could only ask. Although he had some guesses, he wasn't 100% sure. To be able to make the people of Zhou City fall, this person's ability wasn't ordinary. Xiaoyang took a step forward with his head held high and his chest out. He stood straight and said calmly, reporting to Senior Brother Fong, "I am Xiaoyang." "Xiaoyang, they said that you stole their storage rings. Is that true?" Fong Tianhan asked. As the welcoming attendant here, he should stand up for everyone, uphold justice, and return justice to the world. Xiaoyang said calmly, "Their storage rings are indeed in my hands. However, I didn't snatch them. They gave them to me as a gift. Now they don't want to admit it. They just want to act shamelessly. Senior Brother Fong, please understand." In fact, Xiaoyang didn't have to give Fong Tianhan any face at all. With his relationship with the 3 pavilion elders and the poison sect master's jade pendant, even an inner disciple wouldn't be able to do anything to him, let alone a 3rd-ranked disciple. Even the 1st-ranked disciple of the outer sect, the 1,000 Poisons King, had to bow to Xiaoyang, let alone him. Fong Tianhan was in a bit of a dilemma. It seemed like both sides had their reasons, but it seemed like the people from Zhou City were more reasonable. After all, there were more victims there. If 1 or 2 people were willing to give up their storage rings, it would be fine, but if so many people were willing to give up their storage rings, that was a bit abnormal. Nonsense. You're the one who stole our storage rings. Why aren't you returning my storage rings? Zhou Shanlin immediately roared at Xiaoyang. He knew that only by confirming Xiao Yang's crime would they be able to take back their cultivation resources. They could even take this opportunity to eliminate Xiaoyang. As long as Xiaoyang fell, how hard would it be to deal with Lan Jiaoya, Li Qinghe, and the others? They couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Just now, they had discussed with Zhang Sunshan to come up with a plan to deal with Xiaoyang. Senior Brother Fang, don't listen to their nonsense. The people from Zhou City are just so shameless. Before we arrived, they already occupied Marshal Yang City's resting area and thought that Zhou City's resting area was at the end. Xiaoyang asked them nicely to leave, but they relied on their numbers and attacked Xiaoyang. In the end, they were inferior and were defeated. They were willing to give up their storage rings for mercy, but now they are denying it. Gu Shanhe spoke up for Xiaoyang's people. Gu Shanqing, Gu Chanchan, and the other people from Gu City also spoke up for justice. Even the disciples from other cities also spoke up. Only a few people were afraid that they would be implicated, so they kept quiet. Fang Tianhan immediately felt irritated. He had thought that it would be a good job to pick someone up, but now it had turned out like this. What a pain in the ass. Both of them had their reasons, and it seemed like neither side was suitable to be punished. Zhou Shankai rolled his eyes and slowly said, Senior Brother Fang, last time when you went to Zhou City, the elders of our Zhou family told you to take good care of us. We thank you in advance. They were aware of this matter. Fang Tianhan had some favors with the Zhou family, so if Fang Tianhan wanted to return the favor, he could only stand on their side. Zhang Sunshan also smiled and said, Senior Brother Fang, last time you came to Zhangsun City, my cousin didn't treat you well. Next time, I'll personally treat you. Please do me the honor. They all talked about their relationships and favors. Damn, these two families are really despicable and shameless. Damn, this is simply destroying fairness. Can't they be reasonable? There's no doubt that they're trying to tie Fang Tianhan to the same boat as them. Having a strong background and a powerful force is just amazing. It looks like Xiaoyang is doomed. Gu Qianchan, Lan Jiaoya, and the others muttered, Despicable, shameless, despicable. Senior Brother Fang, these are two different things. Of course. You can't talk about them together. Are you going to destroy fairness for them? Qin Zhifu said worriedly. Fang Tianhan didn't say anything. Whether it was Zhou, Shankai, or Zhang Sunshan, they both made him very unhappy. They were obviously trying to make friends with him, to threaten him. Of course, he didn't like Qin Zhifu's words. I haven't even said anything yet. Who are you to say that I'm not fair and just? These people are too much. Can't they just behave? Can't they just cultivate? Why do they have to cause trouble? How annoying. Okay, enough. Put this matter down and go up the mountain. We'll deal with your matters later. If you can't pass the test, you don't need to deal with your matters and can just go home. Fang Tianhan said loudly. This matter wasn't easy to deal with. It was better to let them put it down for the time being. Humph, Xiaoyang, just you wait. We'll definitely get justice. Let's go. Zhou Shankai threatened fiercely. Then he led his companions up the poison sect. The moment they took a step, they triggered a formation and disappeared with a flash of light. Let's go too. Xiaoyang also left with Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianchan, and the others. When they stepped onto Poison Mountain, they triggered the formation. It was as if they had arrived in a new world. There were deserts and gales everywhere, and they couldn't see the end. It was dry and hot. Chapter 398. A strong wind blew past, sweeping up the sand on the ground, making it hard for them to open their eyes. Cousin, what is this place? It looks a little strange. Lan Jiaoya asked worriedly, her face pale. Whistling sounds came from all around. Other than the dryness, there was only dryness. She even felt a little thirsty. Gu Qianchan also frowned, looking around with a puzzled expression. There was only an endless desert in front of them. How were they going to walk? Even walking was very difficult. Every time he took a step, half of his foot would sink into the sand. Xiao Yang looked at everyone. Seeing that they were all here, he let out a sigh of relief. This time they walked in hand, so they were able to stay together and not get lost. This was a great fortune. After pondering for a while, Xiao Yang analyzed, this should be an illusion. Our real location should be on the way up the mountain. Brother Xiao Yang's words make sense. But what should we do next? Wasting time like this isn't a solution. Looking at this environment, we're all dying of thirst. I want to drink water, it's also scorching. Gu Shanqing said with some heat. In this desert, the sun was high up in the sky. The scorching light was like being barbecued, making people feel uncomfortable. Not to mention, there were strong winds blowing from time to time, bringing sand and sand. It was very annoying. Xiao Yang frowned and said slowly, since such an illusion appeared, it should be to test our mental fortitude. If you're affected by the environment, you're basically eliminated. I'll teach you the ice heart technique. If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be shocked even if the sky collapses. Silently recite the ice heart technique and circulate your cultivation. No matter what happens outside, treat it as an illusion. This way, you'll be able to walk out of the desert. Xiao Yang instructed. As the eternal poison sovereign in his previous life, he had seen more advanced illusions, not to mention this low-level illusion. As long as they focused on reciting the ice heart technique, they could basically be bystanders. Brother Xiao Yang has such a good thing? Come, give it to me. Here, I'll thank you in advance. Li Qinghao was very excited and was the first to ask Xiao Yang for it. The others were no exception. When they heard that there was such a good item, they all came over and asked Xiao Yang for it. Xiao Yang smiled, satisfied with their attitude. He immediately raised his hand and pointed at them, directly injecting the ice heart secret art into their minds. When they saw the ice heart art, they were all inexplicably happy. Immersed in the ice heart art, they forgot about the desert, the sun, and the sandstorm outside. It's so cool. My cultivation seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough, Qin Zhifu said happily. Then he continued to cultivate the ice heart secret art. Xiao Yang also sat cross-legged and slowly cultivated the ice heart technique. This technique was quite rare. In his previous life, it was also a very rare technique. It was given to him by a Taoist celestial lord. As they entered a meditative state to cultivate the ice heart technique, their surroundings changed one after another. Originally, it was a desert, wind, and sun. Now, it had transformed into a dense forest. This forest was filled with poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. One by one, huge vicious beasts surrounded them. They opened their bloody mouths and bared their sharp fangs. The smell of blood that assailed their nostrils was nauseating. Of course, all of this was an illusion. However, if you took it seriously, you would think that you would be in danger. Xiao Yang and the others, who were sitting cross-legged, cultivated the ice heart technique in peace. They were not affected by the outside environment at all. Those terrifying, fierce beasts made fierce appearances and wanted to bite people, but in the end they were only illusions and could not hurt people at all. Thus, they dissipated one after another. Xiao Yang and the others all passed. This scene was seen by everyone in the main hall at the top of the mountain. They could not help but be surprised. They were the 10 pavilion masters, the 3 elders, the poison sect master, and many pavilion elders. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Not bad, not bad. The sect's 3rd elder said with a smile. He felt that Xiao Yang and the others were very outstanding. They were the first to come out of the illusion. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that they cultivated the ice heart technique. This technique could calm people's hearts and let them break out of the illusion. It was really incredible. In front of them, light and shadows condensed. These light and shadows included the images of Zhou Shankai, Chang Sanshan, Huzi, and the others. They were all trapped in the illusion. Many of them were even in the first layer of the illusion. They were walking in the endless desert. Their lips were cracked, and their mouths were dry. "Cousin, did we pass the first stage?" "Oh yee, that's great." After coming out of the illusion, Lan Jaya could not help but shout excitedly. She was very happy and excited. Gu Qianqian used her slender hand to cover her smile. Her eyes were full of excitement. She also exclaimed, "Big Brother Xiaoyang is amazing. We will definitely be the first to go up." Gu Shanhe, Chen Jifu, and the others were also full of admiration for Xiaoyang. "Let's go, let's continue." Xiaoyang led them to their feet. When they moved forward again, they once again encountered a checkpoint. What appeared in front of them was a grand and simple door. This door was tightly shut. If they wanted to pass through, they had to open it. Damn, what a big door! This door is actually a bronze door. It looks very heavy. Gu Shanhe, Chen Jifu, and the others couldn't help but sigh. Their minds were shaken. This door was at least 1,000 zhang in size. It was flowing with 7-colored light and released a monstrous majesty. It was so grand that no one dared to look at it directly. In front of this door, they felt their own insignificance. They also felt inferior and lacked confidence. How were they going to open such a big door? It was impossible to open it. Qin Jifu and Gu Shanqing were somewhat angry. Gu Shanhe and Li Qinghe were also helpless. They were speechless. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian grabbed Xiaoyang's arm and shook it. "Cousin, hurry up and think of a way. You must have a way, right?" Xiaoyang looked at the door in front of him and felt that it was somewhat familiar. In his previous life, he had seen this kind of door when he was going through the tribulations. He needed to gather supreme divine power to open it. However, he was only a martial ancestor now. Where would he get the divine power from? Of course, this was definitely not a divine door. It was impossible for the small poison sect to have a divine door. Then this must be a fake. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and quickly had an idea. This door is definitely fake. It's half fake and half real. It's very likely that it's used to test your cultivation and potential. You can try to use your own cultivation to open the door. Of course, you might not succeed, but you can give it a try. After analyzing the situation, Xiaoyang gave them some instructions. Their minds quickly became lively, and they were eager to give it a try. Chapter 399. Before, they'd lost all hope, so they'd lost all confidence. Now that they had Xiaoyang's guidance and analysis, they seemed to have found hope again, so they all wanted to give it a try. If it really was, as Xiaoyang said, and this was a test of their cultivation potential, then they were willing to test it a few more times. This way, the poison sect could see their shocking potential. Even if they couldn't reach 10 points, they'd at least leave a good impression. Their hearts had never been this excited before. "I'll go first." Lan Jiaoye was in high spirits, full of energy. Wearing an enchanting smile, she flew to the bronze door in an instant. With a shout, she circulated her cultivation and pushed with both hands, intending to push it open. Dong! However, the bronze door didn't budge. Instead, it let out a muffled sound, and the light around it flickered unsteadily. It doesn't work? Then I'll try again." Lan Jiaoye was a bit puzzled. She couldn't push it open, but it was fine. For better or worse, she'd used her full cultivation. She believed the poison sect's upper echelons would know her courage and potential. After condensing his cultivation base once more, he pushed forward once more. The result was the same as the first time. The bronze door didn't budge at all. Damn, I can't open this hateful door. Helpless, Lan Jiaoye could only give up. Using her movement technique, she leapt back to the front of the group. "Cousin, I can't open it." "What a failure!" Lan Jiaoye said angrily. Xiaoyang could only console her. "It's fine. A single person might not be able to open it. I might not be able to open it either. But there's always a way." "Really?" I knew that my cousin was awesome. After being comforted, Lan Jiaoye's angry mood became beautiful, and she was extremely happy. It's my turn. All of you watch me. Gu Qianqian's heart was filled with joy. She gracefully walked up to the bronze door. When she reached the bronze door, she used all her strength to push it open. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, the bronze door wouldn't budge. After trying several times, she was sweating profusely, but she still couldn't push the door open. Helpless, she could only give up and return to Xiaoyang's side. She put on a tearful expression and sadly said, "Big brother Xiaoyang, am I so useless that I can't even open this door?" Xiaoyang could only comfort him again. Don't worry. You're just testing your cultivation potential. There's already a way to open the door." Gu Qianqian immediately became youthful and radiant. They all knew how to adjust their emotions. The reason why they still complained to Xiaoyang was that they hoped to gain his concern. Therefore, when male compatriots encounter such a situation, don't foolishly talk about methods and theories to open the door. Just comfort and care will do. Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, Gu Shanqing, and the others went up one after another. Even after their turns, the bronze door still stood there. The upper echelons of the poison sect, watching from the top of the mountain, couldn't help but laugh. The sect's third elder laughed heartily. "These brats are going to suffer. Back then, it took us 3 days to pass the first trial. This bronze door will take us 7 days. Let's see what they can do." The 10 pavilion heads, head elder, second elder, and the poison sect master all laughed as well. They were actually from the same time period, so hadn't they experienced the same thing back then? The poison sect master slowly said, "It's good to let them suffer and temper themselves. When they reach our age, they'll be able to reflect on it." The upper echelon sighed and couldn't help but laugh. On the mountain path, Gu Shanhe and the others were helpless against this difficult door. They looked helplessly at Xiaoyang and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, didn't you say you had a way to open this door? Do you want to try again?" Xiaoyang slowly said, "This door needs to be opened with the strongest cultivation base. There aren't any mechanisms around here, so there's no other way." The strongest cultivation base? Gu Shanhe was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. He said to Xiaoyang, "Aren't you the strongest? Brother Xiaoyang, hurry up and open it." Xiaoyang shook his head with a wry smile. He explained, "I can't open it." "What?" Everyone was astonished and looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. "Brother Xiaoyang, you're joking, right? Didn't you say that only the strongest cultivation base can open it? You're the only one here who's reached the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm." "That's right. Brother Xiaoyang, you're not bluffing, are you?" Gu Shanqing also spoke as he looked at Xiaoyang with a puzzled expression. Xiaoyang calmly said, "Don't you know that there are people with higher cultivation bases here?" "Ah. What? How is that possible?" Everyone was dumbfounded again. What was going on? Everyone knew each other well. Aside from Xiaoyang, no one else could compare to Xiaoyang. How could there be someone with the strongest cultivation base here? Could it be that he's just been keeping a low profile all this time? Who is it? Why don't I know? Xiaoyang smiled but didn't say anything, keeping everyone in suspense. In the poison sect's main hall, the poison sect's upper echelons also burst into laughter. The sect's third elder said, "Say, do you think this kid knows the secret of the bronze door?" "Probably. Looking at him, he doesn't look like he's faking it. Moreover, it was his help in the first trial that allowed them to break through the illusion." "That's right. This kid isn't ordinary. Perhaps he's already found the answer. I really can't see through him. Let's see what he's up to. He might just be playing to the gallery." The poison sect's upper echelons chatted and laughed. In front of the bronze door, "Cousin, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us." Lan Jiaoye intimately shook Xiaoyang's arm, begging and fawning. Gu Qianqian was the same. She pouted coquettishly at Xiaoyang and pouted. Gu Shanhe and the others were also full of hope, waiting for Xiaoyang to give them an answer. Xiaoyang chuckled. Everyone's strength is naturally stronger than a single person's strength. That's why I'm not the strongest. Everyone's strength is the strongest when gathered together. Ah, there's such a thing. I'll go. Lan Jiaoye and the others curled their lips, their eyes full of resentment. But Xiaoyang wasn't wrong. That would work. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. How about we work together to break open the bronze door? Lan Jiaoye was eager to try. Everyone else was thinking the same thing. Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile wryly again. It's not about exerting strength together. The bronze door is about gathering strength. This kind of crude method won't work. Everyone had a bitter expression on their faces. Cousin, this won't work, that won't work. What do you think we should do? Chapter 400. Lan Jiaoye grumbled. Gu Qianqian smiled. Big brother Xiaoyang must have a way. Don't you think so, big brother Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang nodded and explained. Everyone needs to circulate their cultivation to attack the bronze door. This is just a simple joint effort. The important thing is to combine everyone's cultivation into one and release it. It's like hundreds and thousands of small streams converging into a river. Everyone understood after hearing Xiaoyang's explanation. But wouldn't it be difficult to do so? If 2 or 3 people combine their cultivation, it'd be fine. But if more people combine their cultivation, it'd be hard to succeed. Moreover, it'd be too dangerous. Their faces turned sour once more. Xiaoyang naturally knew what they were thinking. It might be difficult for others, but for you, who also cultivate the ice heart arts, it's too easy. That's right, we've all cultivated the ice heart arts. Could it be that brother Xiaoyang already had this plan? Everyone was puzzled, but they couldn't help but marvel at Xiaoyang's foresight. All right, I'll teach you a joint attack formation. Through this formation, you'll be able to combine your strength and release your strongest attack. Xiaoyang explained. Damn, there's such a good thing. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Gu Shanha and the others laughed, mischievously a little embarrassed. Brother Xiaoyang, we've already accepted your ice heart arts. Now that you're teaching us a joint attack formation, we're a little apologetic. Xiaoyang shrugged and said nonchalantly, cultivation methods and formations are for the benefit of the masses. If we keep them to ourselves, then the cultivation methods and formations will be meaningless. We need a spirit of creation to be able to cultivate better. Wow, that makes sense. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were even more infatuated with ambitious people like him. Gu Shanha, Qin Jifu, and the others were even more impressed. The upper echelons in the poison sect's main hall were also pensive. Which of the current great sects and factions didn't keep their techniques to themselves? They were all afraid that others would learn from them. If everyone was a cultivator, perhaps the world would be different. Xiaoyang, this child, has such knowledge at such a young age. He is truly extraordinary. This child's temperament and knowledge are quite extraordinary, and his wisdom is also astonishing. He is quite fated with my Buddha pavilion. Why don't I take him in? Don't fight with me over him. Pavilion Lord Buddha said slowly. In fact, he had been paying attention to Xiaoyang for a long time. He knew that Xiaoyang had killed Xiaoyang and saved the life of the Buddha pavilion. It was equivalent to the Buddha pavilion owing Xiaoyang a favor. Now that he saw that Xiaoyang had such ability, he naturally wanted to win him over. No. Pavilion Lord Buddha, I think that Xiaoyang has cultivated a terrifying poison art. It's better for him to join our poison pavilion. Are you all joking? This Xiaoyang's alchemy skills are clearly very outstanding. My alchemy pavilion is still better. The pavilion lords of the Sword Pavilion, Thunder Pavilion, and other pavilion lords fought to be the first to take Xiaoyang under their wing. All right, stop arguing. This is only the second stage. Let's wait for them to walk in front of us first. The poison sect master waved his hand and gestured for them to quiet down. If they continued to argue like this, It was possible for them to argue for 10 days to half a month. After Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianqian, and the others received the array formation taught by Xiaoyang, they began to comprehend and cultivate. When they encountered something they didn't understand, they would ask Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was like a prophet who was omnipotent and knew everything. He could answer all their questions very well. With their combined efforts, they had comprehended this set of combined attack formation in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. They joined forces and began to practice. Xiaoyang acted as the host and the core person. He gathered their cultivation and launched a bombardment. In the blink of an eye, they were all suspended in the air. They listened to Xiaoyang's commands and circulated their cultivation techniques and changed their positions. When everything was ready, Xiaoyang ordered attack. Several of them raised their hands and pointed at Xiaoyang. Their cultivation erupted and was transferred to Xiaoyang in an instant. Xiaoyang absorbed everyone's cultivation in an instant and felt that his body was full of energy. He wanted to find a place to vent. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm toward the bronze door. As his palm landed, a fierce palm light instantly rushed toward the bronze door. With a bang, the bronze door was directly opened. Everyone looked at their masterpiece and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Their faces were full of smiles. "Look, the bronze door is open, haha. Damn, this combined attack is too awesome. What a terrifying power. Even a 7th level martial ancestor realm expert would have to be wary of that power. Let's go through this door." Lan Jiaoya was like a curious baby. She instantly rushed out and was about to cross the bronze door. Gu Qianqian, Chen Jifu, and the rest also followed. After going through so much trouble to open the bronze door, they naturally wanted to see what was inside. After entering the bronze door, they saw that it was empty inside. It was a large void. In this void, there were many balls of light. Each ball of light contained something. Some of the balls of light contained spirit stones. Some of them contained magic treasures. Some of them contained medicinal pills. And some of them contained cultivation methods. There were so many things that were not unique. Damn, there are so many treasures. Let's quickly take them. Lan Jiaoya proudly shouted. She was a little carried away and hurriedly took the spirit stones beside her. The moment her hand touched the ball of light, the pile of spirit stones became her personal possession. However, when she wanted to take the treasures in the other balls of light, she found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't do it. This was very obvious. Everyone who entered the bronze door could only choose one item. Lan Jiaoya's face suddenly became bitter. She complained, "Why are you so stingy? Can't you take one more?" Gu Qianqian chuckled. After picking for a while, she took a fancy to a hair bun. This hair bun was not simple. It was an earth-level magic treasure. Its power was not ordinary, and it was also very feminine. After she took it, she directly inserted it into her hair. She proudly ran to Xiaoyang's side and happily asked Xiaoyang, "Big brother Xiaoyang, do you like it?" "Yes, it's even more beautiful," Xiaoyang replied. This made Gu Qianqian even more happy. On the contrary, Lan Jie lightly snorted as if she was very angry. Her eyes were full of hidden bitterness. Gu Shanhe, Qin Jifu, and the rest successively chose their treasures. Their faces were beaming with joy. After Xiaoyang glanced around, he felt that these treasures were very ordinary. There was nothing special about them. Based on his vision from his previous life, none of them caught his eye. However, it would be a waste if he didn't take it. He casually chose a ball of light. It was a spirit stone. There were more than 10 of them, sparkling and translucent. Chapter 401. When Lan Jiaoya saw Xiaoyang's choice, she couldn't help but grin. Because Xiaoyang had made the same choice as her, she assumed that Xiaoyang had the same preferences as her. She even went to Gu Qianqian and giggled foolishly. Xiaoyang didn't care about this at all. He chose spirit stones over other treasures because he had no interest in other treasures after his heaven and earth mirror and God-whipping whip were destroyed. "Let's go, it's time for us to leave." Xiao Yang informed them of the situation. After receiving their rewards, they walked out of the bronze doors once more. When they did, they realized that they were already halfway up the mountain. "Wow, we've already made it this far. I really can't believe it." Lan Jiaye was a little excited as she jumped up and down. From halfway up the mountain, they could clearly see the small village at the foot of the mountain. In the poison sect's main hall, many of the poison sect's higher-ups were dumbfounded. "Damn, what's going on? It hasn't even been 2 hours, and they've already broken through the bronze doors. What kind of freak is he? He's actually so terrifying. He's too talented and has too much potential. This child must join my Buddha pavilion. It's useless if any of you try to steal him." Pavilion Lord Buddha expressed his stance once more. No, he's suitable to join our techniques pavilion. Whether it's his ice purity art or his formations, they all show that he's quite talented in cultivation arts. The techniques pavilion Lord hurriedly spoke up. Poison sect master could only step out to suppress them once more. "Enough, you're all so old. Why are you still cursing and swearing like a shrew? What's wrong with that? There's still many outstanding disciples." He changed a few images so that Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, Changsun Shan, Huzi, and the others could be seen. However, these people's performance was mediocre, and none of the higher-ups appreciated them at all. Compared to Xiaoyang, they were simply dregs. There was no comparison at all. Xiaoyang alone was enough to defeat all of them. They would rather choose Xiaoyang. However, on the surface, he still had to flatter. "Yes, the sect leader is right. There are still many good disciples. Your Zhangsun Mountain is quite good. His cultivation method and comprehension are both amazing. Even his swordsmanship is extraordinary. Therefore, Pavilion Master Buddha, Pavilion Master Sword, and Pavilion Master Technique can all be considered." If he recommended this person, these Pavilion Masters wouldn't be able to compete with him for Xiaoyang. He praised himself for being so smart. The Buddha Pavilion Master, Sword Pavilion Master, and Law Pavilion Master immediately understood Pavilion Master Lei's sinister intentions. Of course, they wouldn't be fooled. They retorted, "Since you admire Zhang Sunshan so much and can see so many good points in him, why don't you take him in yourself?" This is also a response to the sect master's call. Pavilion Master Lei's face immediately turned ugly. He hurriedly said, "If there's something good, of course I'll recommend it to you first." The poison sect master couldn't be bothered to watch them continue like this. He coughed, indicating for them to be quiet. They all tactfully shut their mouths. Otherwise, if they angered the poison sect master, and he told them to get out, who would dare to not get out? At that time, they would miss the opportunity to pick a seedling for nothing. Xiaoyang's group had already entered the next stage. This stage was mainly to test for poison. "Ah, cousin, this is a damned place. There are swamps everywhere. There's no place to step. That's not all. There's also a lot of poisonous miasma around. It's really difficult to move an inch." Lan Jiaye complained. Gu Qianqian was also resentful. What kind of test was this? This environment was so annoying. Qin Zhifu wanted to find a path. He tested several places to step. After confirming that there were no whirlpools in front, he prepared to walk over. However, just as he was about to take a step, he was immediately stopped by Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said, "Don't move. You can't go anywhere. It's dangerous." After cultivating the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art, Xiaoyang's ability to sense poison was abnormally strong. He could tell that this stage was definitely testing for poison. Looking at the surroundings and the ground, almost every inch of the ground was covered in poison. If someone didn't understand poison, they would definitely be easily poisoned. "What's wrong? Why can't we walk? It seems like this is the only safe place." Chen Zhifu explained the situation to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang explained, "There's poison all around here, and all kinds of poisons are different. Be careful. Take out the antidote pill first, then I'll lead the way. He was the most proficient in controlling and refining poison. He was also the person who understood poison the best. With him leading the way, there was no need to worry. Qin Jifu stepped aside. Xiao Yang explained, "There's poison in the place you just went. You can't see it with the naked eye, but you can find something to test it on." As he explained, he saw a small bug crawling past. When it passed by the spot where Qin Jifu had tested it, the bug was immediately infected by the poison. Its entire body turned black, and in an instant it turned into a thick liquid. Black smoke even rose from it. Hiss! They all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too frightening. What kind of poison was this? It was so terrifying. Fortunately, they'd listened to Xiao Yang. Otherwise, they would have been poisoned to death. Xiao Yang looked at their pale faces and chuckled. "There's no need for you to be so nervous. This poison won't kill anyone. After all, the poison sect isn't that cruel. That little bug was too small and didn't have enough resistance, so it was poisoned to death. All right, follow me now. As long as you take the antidote pill, there won't be any problems." Xiao Yang led them to choose a new path to leave, constantly avoiding the poison and the whirlpool. After walking about 1 li, they were stopped by a red poison barrier. This poison barrier must have been set up by the poison sect. Their goal was to see how they would break through it. This trial not only tested their ability to identify poisons, but also their ability to detoxify poisons. Generally, there would be antidotes in places with poisons. This was good. For example, poisonous plants and plants coexisted. As long as one was an alchemist, they could easily identify the ingredients and combine them to form an antidote. Xiao Yang walked for a long time before he finally understood. No wonder there were plants at regular intervals. They were the ingredients to detoxify the poison barrier. He stopped in his tracks, planning to turn back and take the ingredients. "You guys stay here. I'll go take something." "Cousin, what are you taking?" "We'll help you." Lan Jiaoya wanted to help. Xiao Yang explained, "If you want to pass through this poison barrier, you need the antidote. Ordinary antidote, pills won't do." After walking far away, he went back the way he came, taking quite a few plants along the way. When he returned to the group, he had more than 10 plants in his hands. They were all freshly picked and still had soil on them. Chapter 402. He didn't explain anything to them. Instead, he began to use his cultivation to process the plants. Then, he crushed them and let them fuse together according to a certain order. In the end, they were crushed into a jade-green ball. The ball emitted a faint fragrance and looked very delicious. Xiao Yang distributed the thumb-sized ball to them and instructed, "Take this ball with you. Remember, don't throw it away. Then follow me." He walked in the front and entered the miasma. The people behind him followed. They walked in the miasma, but the surrounding miasma didn't entangle them. Instead, it seemed to have met its nemesis and avoided them for a while. This was the effect of the green round medicine on them. It released a faint green light. This green light enveloped Qin Jifu and the others like a protective light shield, ensuring their safety. After walking for half a cup of tea, they finally walked out of the miasma and left the swamp. When they arrived at a safe place, Xiao Yang reminded them, "Okay, it's safe now. We've passed this level. You can throw away the pills in your hands and rest here for a while. Then, we'll continue to move forward." Qin Jifu and the others naturally trusted Xiao Yang unconditionally. They all breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. Then they took out the pills in their hands and looked down. They pondered and said, "Just now, this little thing helped us avoid the miasma. It's amazing. Look, they've turned black." Lan, Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the others also looked at the pills in their hands. They had indeed turned black. They were very confused. Xiao Yang could only explain, "That's because the pills absorbed the miasma that you should have absorbed. So you're fine." However, the pills were scrapped. They're useless. Everyone was relieved. It turned out that the pills were so amazing. No, to be exact, Xiao Yang's strength was even more amazing. To be able to refine the antidote just by plucking the plants without a certain amount of knowledge and pill refining techniques, it was impossible to reach this step. Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, and the others were even more shocked. They didn't know that Xiao Yang was also an alchemist. Only an alchemist could do what he did just now. They seemed to have discovered a new continent. Their admiration for Xiao Yang grew, and they were even more determined to follow in Xiao Yang's footsteps. Following a capable friend like this would allow them to quickly improve in all aspects. Poison Sect's main hall. Damn, this kid's amazing. The path he took was the only safe path, and he didn't even take a single step. How did he know that path? Did someone tell him? The Poison Pavilion Master couldn't help but sigh his face. That's nothing. That kid seems to be able to identify poisons. Whether it's the poison in the swamp or the poison in the miasma, he can identify them all. Otherwise, how do you think he could coincidentally refine the antidote? The Pill Pavilion Master also exclaimed. The Law Pavilion Master couldn't help but say, "Didn't you all notice? That kid knew that those were antidotes, and he also knew that those were poison preparations. His ability to distinguish and choose ingredients is top-notch, especially when he refined the antidote. His technique was very skilled and unique. He's an expert. If not for his young age, I would have called him a grandmaster." Even the Great Elder couldn't help but praise Xiao Yang is amazing. He's an all-rounder. He's proficient in almost everything. Medicinal herbs, poisons, arrays, alchemy, martial arts, and so on. He's accomplished in everything. The Poison Sect Master's eyes flashed. To be more precise, he'd known Xiao Yang even before these people. Back in Chaos City, it was Xiao Yang who helped him deal with Ghost and won around. The benefits he brought were immeasurable. The Poison Sect Master had already recorded a great merit for him. He'd even given him the jade pendant he'd worn for many years. Who would have thought that this kid would be so capable? When he came up, he'd reward him handsomely. Xiao Yang's group entered a gazebo. This was a checkpoint they had to pass. Around the pavilion, there were several diagrams. Each diagram had incomplete cultivation methods written on them. Some of them were ancient cultivation methods, some were recent cultivation methods, and some were unknown cultivation methods. Their mission was to identify these cultivation methods as best as they could. The more they recognized, the higher their chances of passing the checkpoint. That's right, just identifying was enough. The Poison Sect's higher-ups weren't delusional enough to rely on a few newcomers to supplement and perfect their cultivation methods. Aside from Li Qinghe, the others were all from their families, so they were naturally knowledgeable. Even the weakest among them could recognize 3 to 5 cultivation methods. Although Li Qinghe wasn't from a large family, he was still knowledgeable because Chief Instructor Wang had secretly imparted him a lot of knowledge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the second stage of the martial ancestor realm at such a young age. Xiao Yang didn't need to worry about them. This checkpoint could be considered a freebie. Of course, Xiao Yang recognized a lot of cultivation techniques. Regardless of whether they recognized them or not, he recognized almost all of them. He even recognized many of the ancient, incomplete cultivation techniques. After glancing around, he recognized almost 99% of the cultivation techniques. There were even 1 or 2 cultivation techniques that he was interested in that he perfected and supplemented them. His actions were once again captured by the higher-ups in the hall. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, admiration, and shock. Especially the cultivation methods, Pavilion Master. He ruthlessly pinched his thigh, causing him to cry out in pain. Only then did he regain his wits. This is truly a monstrous genius. Even I couldn't recognize those incomplete cultivation methods, but he's good. He directly completed them. Furthermore, he did it on a whim. I don't dare to imagine. If he's serious, wouldn't he be able to perfect all these incomplete cultivation methods? It's great that such a monstrous genius enters my cultivation methods pavilion. Who knows how many incomplete cultivation methods there are that need to be perfected? The cultivation methods, Pavilion Master, strongly requested. The Poison Pavilion Master, Dan Pavilion Master, and the others naturally disagreed. Everyone could see that this Xiaoyang was a rare young genius. They had to work hard to win him over, even if they had to pay a price. Even the Poison Sect Master was tempted. However, he was more composed than the others. All right, stop arguing. Continue to look, continue to look. We have to be more broad-minded and look further. The other disciples can also be nurtured. The Poison Sect Master reprimanded sternly. The other Pavilion Masters naturally obeyed, but they didn't necessarily think the same way. After Xiao Yang's group passed this checkpoint, they arrived at another checkpoint, which was also the final checkpoint. This checkpoint tested their current battle strength. Chapter 403. What appeared in front of them were a few wooden dummies, but don't underestimate them. These dummies were quite nimble, and their strength was quite astonishing. Moreover, their positioning was also very particular. It was a battle formation. The explosive power of a battle formation was even more powerful than that of a single person. Xiao Yang blinked and analyzed. It's obvious. As long as we can defeat these dummies, we'll pass. That's great. We don't have to use those poisons and cultivation methods. Qin Jifu grinned. He was very confident about this. How about I go first this time? No one had any objections, but when he was about to step forward, he was stopped by someone. Junior brother, please wait. This person was Fang Tianhan. As an outer disciple, Fang Tianhan was ranked third on the outer disciple list. He was the attendant responsible for welcoming them up the mountain. Now that he was here, or rather, waiting for them to come up. Isn't this Senior Brother Fang? I wonder if Senior Brother Fang has any advice for us? Chen Jifu asked with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Because Fang Tianhan did not properly deal with the conflict between them and Chang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin. They were clearly the victims and were forced to defend themselves. However, Fang Tianhan listened to slander and delayed the matter. It was unknown how this matter would be dealt with in the end. In any case, this made Qin Jifu very unhappy. Fang Tianhan frowned and said arrogantly, "It's normal for me to give you pointers." Humph. Qin Jifu couldn't help but snort coldly. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianchan, and the others were also unhappy. Was Fang Tianhan here to throw a tantrum? Then Fang Tianhan said, "You need to wait here for the others, and then pass the wooden dummy test together." Damn, what kind of rule is this? Lan Jia was so angry that her eyes widened and her cheeks puffed up as she shouted in dissatisfaction. Why? Gu Shanha was also doubtful. They were the first to arrive here, so they should take the test first. It wouldn't be too late to wait after the test. Why did they have to wait now? If they couldn't come up in half a month, they would have wasted so much time here. I'm going to take the test now. What are you going to do? Chen Jifu didn't want to listen to Fang Tianhan at all. He coldly snorted and walked towards the wooden dummy, intending to force his way through. Fang Tianhan's expression darkened, and he harumphed. Stop. My words are the rules. You have to listen whether you want to or not. He appeared to be very domineering. Then he said, "Look at you barbarians who don't listen. You must have snatched the storage rings of Chang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others. I will uphold justice for them. Quickly hand over your storage rings." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yang was displeased. This was simply an act of not being able to distinguish right from wrong and inverting right from wrong. He was completely relying on his own power to avenge a personal grudge. Based on the fact that you didn't listen to my teachings, you determined that we were going to rob you. Isn't that a little too decisive? These are two completely different things. Why do you want to mix them up? Xiao Yang's face was filled with displeasure as he questioned Fang Tianhan. Fang Tianhan's gaze was as gloomy as water, and he also felt hostility toward Xiaoyang. His eyes were filled with disdain as he coldly said, "Not listening to my teachings means that you have no manners. People with no manners can do anything, so please don't make things difficult for me. Your words don't make sense, so how can we listen to your teachings? Do you think that if you tell them to die, they will have to die, or else they won't listen? That's too laughable. You can't even give us a reason for interrupting the test. You want us to listen to you? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Or did your head get caught in the door and become a retard?" Xiaoyang coldly retorted, not giving him any face at all. This was because the other party's attitude and result made him very displeased. They were the victims to begin with. Chang Sun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others were the ones looking for trouble. It was one thing for Fang Tianhan to not uphold justice because of his status as their senior brother. Now he was even listening to slander, saying that they had stolen their storage rings. No one could accept that. Xiaoyang even had the intention to attack. Since the other party couldn't uphold justice, then he wouldn't. Stop being an eyesore here. At worst, he wouldn't welcome them. "Xiaoyang!" Fang Tianhan yelled with a ferocious expression. This damned Xiaoyang actually dared to humiliate him like this. Ever since he became the third-ranked outer disciple, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. It seemed that this Xiaoyang was tired of living. "Apologize to me immediately, or I'll teach you a lesson," Fang Tianhan threatened Xiaoyang. He thought that Xiaoyang had severely humiliated him, and that Xiaoyang was in the wrong, so he wanted to force an apology. Xiaoyang sneered, his face full of disdain. He laughed coldly. "Who do you think you are to deserve my apology? It's fine if I said something wrong, but where did I say something wrong? You're involved with the Zhou and Zhongsun clans. If you want to stand up for them, just say it. Why do you have to look for far-fetched excuses? Damn it, Xiaoyang, you're courting death." Fang Tianhan roared fiercely. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with anger. After roaring, he immediately attacked Xiaoyang. "If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll really be too arrogant. Let me tell you, you'd better behave yourself in the poison sect. Here, there are many people you can't afford to provoke." He formed a sword seal with both hands and circulated his cultivation base. With a shout, the flying sword in his hand buzzed, releasing a 7-colored light as it stabbed at Xiaoyang. The flying sword was very fast, and its aura was fierce, giving people a sense of sharpness. Xiaoyang wasn't afraid at all. He stood calmly in place, unmoved by the wind. He said coldly, "An ant like you dares to meddle in other people's business? You're the one courting death." Xiaoyang instantly closed his eyes and released a majestic divine sense. He condensed it into a thread that instantly sank into Fang Tianhan's mind and attacked his mind. Ah! A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the air. It was so loud that many of the poison sect's outer sect disciples heard it and used their movement techniques to rush over. Following Xiaoyang's dream, traceless heart attack, the opponent could not even control the flying sword properly. The flying sword lost control and fell from the sky, landing in Xiaoyang's hands. Xiaoyang weighed the flying sword in his hand. It was very ordinary, so he didn't think much of it. He then looked at Fang Tianhan and coldly said, "Fang Tianhan, do you know what you did wrong?" Fang Tianhan was still suffering from the stabbing pain in his consciousness. In that instant, his mind went blank. Chapter 404. He seemed to have lost a lot of his memories, but at the same time he seemed to have remembered a lot of things. It was a strange feeling that came and went quickly. Only the pain was real. Hearing Xiaoyang's question, he barely came back to his senses. His expression was a little confused, and his head was still hurting. It took him a while to recover. Thinking about what had just happened, Fang Tianhan was terrified. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His body couldn't help but tremble. His clothes were wet and clinging to his back. He really didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so terrifying and abnormal. This kind of fighting style was too strange. He had never heard of it before. His pale lips trembled as he hurriedly said, "Junior brother, don't be agitated, don't be agitated. Let's talk things out." His breathing was rapid, and his mouth was dry. Seeing that Xiaoyang was about to attack again, he panicked. "Junior brother Xiaoyang, senior brother was wrong. Don't attack in a hurry." Fan Tianhan's chest rose and fell rapidly as he shouted in panic. He took 2 steps back and looked at Xiaoyang in fear. He was really scared. He was no match for Xiaoyang at all. He was the 3rd-ranked outer disciple, but he couldn't even beat a new disciple. Where would he put his face? Of course, this wasn't the main point. His face was secondary. His life was more important. If he didn't agree, Xiaoyang could kill him. Fan Tianhan had no choice but to concede and admit defeat. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Scram." Xiaoyang coldly snorted and expressionlessly sent the flying sword in his hand back to Fan Tianhan. The sharp flying sword stabbed into the ground at an angle, vibrating and humming as it released a sharp sword aura. Fan Tianhan was so frightened that he stumbled back 2 steps, his legs almost giving out from under him and causing him to fall to the ground. Xiaoyang hated this kind of people the most. He immediately turned around and looked away, no longer looking at them. Yes. I'll scram now. I'll leave now." Fan Tianhan answered with a terrified expression. He picked up his flying sword and hurriedly left. He swore to himself that he would never have a conflict with Xiaoyang again. At this moment he was in an extremely sorry state, and he was as down and out as he could be. He'd completely lost the glory he had when he came to receive them. Lan Jaya pouted and said, "This kind of person is simply a petty person intoxicated by success. Humph, I hate him the most." Gu Qianshan also pouted and complained. Who told them to collude and cause trouble? They deserve this, humph. Chen Jifu, Gu Shanha, and the others also sneered as they looked disdainfully at Fan Tianhan's fleeing figure. Xiaoyang comforted everyone. "All right, this should be the last stage. As long as we pass this wooden dummy, we should be able to pass." Lan Jiaoye and the others were eager to try again, their expressions excited. As long as they passed this trial, they would be a true disciple of the poison sect and receive the sect's identity medallion. "Cousin, how do we pass this wooden dummy? You must have a way, right?" Lan Jiaoye asked Xiaoyang excitedly. She'd placed all her hopes on Xiaoyang. In her eyes, Xiaoyang was omnipotent and someone she could rely on. Gu Qianshan and the others also looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had become the soul of the team, the spiritual pillar of support for everyone. Xiaoyang shook his head and sighed. "You guys really rely on each other too much. You need to train your independent thinking skills." However, he still explained, "These wooden dummies aren't fixed, nor are they unchangeable. It changes according to your movement skills and strength. You'll know when you try it." This was equivalent to testing one's movement skills and combat ability. I'll go first. Lan Jiaoye said joyfully. She had an elated look on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately used her movement technique and rushed towards the wooden dummy. She glanced at the wooden dummy in front of her and snorted. It was as if she didn't care about the wooden dummy in front of her at all. Then she took a step forward and instantly entered the wooden dummy. Kacha-kacha! The sound of gears turning rang out, and the originally motionless wooden dummies slowly began to move. Their movements were slow at first, but their speed gradually increased. This time, there were only 5 wooden dummies. They quickly closed in on Lan Jiaoye. When they were 1 zhang away from her, they waved their wooden arms and slapped at her. The strength of these wooden dummies wasn't weak, but it wasn't very strong either. It was roughly the strength of an 8th-level martial master. Lan Jiaoye shouted and used her footwork to dodge the attacks. "Humph, I'll let you see this young lady's power." Lan Jiaoye flipped her hand and took out a long whip. With a flick of her hand, The end of the whip slid through the air and made a cracking sound. "Watch my leaves swirl in the air." Lan Jaya lightly touched the ground with the tip of her foot. Her body instantly flew up and floated in the air. Her 10 slender fingers quickly formed hand seals, and her cultivation base crazily exploded. Her long whip seemed to have been injected with a magical power. Suddenly, it flickered with light, and the long whip grew longer and tougher. It was like a long snake that constantly moved and changed. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking was heard. The long whip quickly wrapped around the 5 wooden dummies, binding their hands and feet, causing them to be unable to move. Lan Jaya, who was floating in the air, smiled charmingly and said, "Humph! Let's see how you're going to move this time. You dare to fight with this young lady? Be careful." Seeing Lan Jiaya's arrogance and carelessness, Gu Qianqian immediately reminded her, because she saw the wooden dummies that were originally motionless start to move. Their speed was very fast, and their explosive power was very shocking. Compared to the wooden dummies, they were much stronger. Their cultivation base was comparable to Lan Jiaya's. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind was heard. Lan Jia was startled, and her expression changed slightly. She spread out her divine sense and quickly noticed the wooden dummy's attacks. Without saying anything, she immediately used her movement technique to dodge. She was very agile and graceful, like a butterfly dancing among flowers. At first, Lan Jia was able to easily deal with them, but as time passed, she slowly couldn't hold on. After all, Lan Jia was a human. Humans would get tired at times, and their cultivation base would be exhausted at times. However, these wooden dummies had no feelings and would never feel tired. As long as they had enough spiritual energy from spirit stones, they could fight endlessly day and night. In comparison, the wooden dummies had a huge advantage. Chapter 405. After holding on for a while, Lan Jia's face became pale and her body became weak. Even her hair was a bit messy. Her breathing became heavy, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. Her cultivation also became chaotic. She was afraid that she would be knocked down in the next moment. Cousin, please think of something. I can't hold on any longer." Helpless, Lan Jia hurriedly asked Xiaoyang for help. Bang! Just as Lan Jia was shouting, her chi fluctuated and she was hit by a palm. She was sent flying out of the wooden dummy's attack range. Her delicate body fell to the ground and made a muffled sound, stirring up the dust in the surroundings. "Cousin!" she angrily shouted. Her voice was very sharp and ear-piercing. Her tone also became very long. She was full of resentment toward Xiaoyang. Her heart was full of unwillingness. Her expression was even more aggrieved. There were tears in her eyes, as if she was about to cry. Anyone who saw this couldn't help but feel pity for her. She had already asked Xiaoyang for help, but this damned cousin didn't help her and made her eat a turtle. As a delicate girl, it would be strange if she was in a good mood. Xiaoyang bitterly smiled and walked up to Lan Jia's side. He helped her up and explained, "Cousin, you can't blame me. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he had his own difficulties. It's your fault. Who told you not to help me?" Lan Jia unreasonably vented her anger and snorted. She looked as if she would never forgive Xiaoyang. She even turned her head and walked a few steps away as if she wanted to distance herself from Xiaoyang. However, she secretly glanced at Xiaoyang from the corner of her eyes. She wanted to see if Xiaoyang cared about her and if he would continue to comfort her. Seeing that Xiaoyang was still following her, she was secretly happy, but she didn't show it on her face. She still pretended to be angry and cold. Her expression was cold and unfeeling. These wooden dummies are like the tribulation of a great cultivator. The more people interfere, the stronger they become. Moreover, the higher the cultivation base of the person who interferes, the stronger they become. If I had helped you just now, you wouldn't have just been flung away. You would have been seriously injured and vomited blood. Xiaoyang earnestly explained to Lan Jia, hoping that Lan Jia would not misunderstand. After all, his cultivation was still there. If the wooden dummies were to increase according to his cultivation, even 10 Lan Jia wouldn't be able to withstand it. Actually, Lan Jia wasn't angry anymore. She was a girl after all. What she wanted was to be cared for and comforted. As long as you gave her these two things, she wouldn't care about other explanations. Lan Jia blinked her watery eyes. Her face revealed doubt as she innocently asked, "Really?" In fact, she had long believed him. The reason why she still asked him was because she hoped that he would continue to explain. After all, explaining was also a form of concern and asking for her forgiveness. This would make Lan Jia feel satisfied. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Xiao Yang felt like he had nothing to live for. Okay, I forgive you. If you do this again, I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. Lan Jia was acting coquettishly and proudly shouted. Gu Qianqian walked out. She slightly raised her cute head and said, "Watch me next. I will take revenge for Jiaoya." She used her movement technique. Her figure fluttered and instantly rushed into the wooden dummies. These wooden dummies were formed by mechanisms and formations. They would change according to the cultivation and strength of the challenger. After being activated again, several wooden dummies fiercely attacked Gu Qianqian. With Lan Jiaoya as an example, Gu Qianqian wasn't afraid at all. She fought a few rounds with the wooden dummies alone and didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. Good, Sister Qianqian. Good job. Lan Jiaoya cheered from the side like a cheerleader. Gu Qianqian received encouragement and became even more motivated. Her strength was similar to Lan Jiaoya's. After half a cup of tea's time, she couldn't help but be sent flying. She fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Smoke and dust rolled up around her. Sister Qianqian, are you okay? Lan Jiaoya saw and hurriedly ran over to help Gu Qianqian up. Her pink cheeks were filled with worry and concern. I'm fine, Jiaoya. Thank you. Gu Qianqian smiled and gratefully raised her head. She glanced at Xiaoyang, who was standing not far away, and couldn't help but feel a little angry. She remembered that when Lan Jiaoya was sent flying, Xiaoyang went up to explain with a face full of concern. But if it was her, why did he not move at all? This made Gu Qianqian very resentful and dissatisfied. Qianqian, are you okay? Gu Shanhe and Qin Jifu walked up to Gu Qianqian to express their concern. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Gu Qianqian's voice was like an aureole. She was very grateful for their concern. Xiaoyang naturally walked up to Gu Qianqian and expressed his concern. However, Gu Qianqian ignored him, as if she was angry with him. This deliberate indifference quickly made everyone feel that something was wrong. Qin Jifu, Gu Shanhe, and the others smiled and walked away. This made Xiaoyang, who was facing Gu Qianqian alone, feel even more awkward. It's good that you're fine. Xiaoyang smiled embarrassedly and reached out to touch the back of his head. He said awkwardly. After that, Qin Jifu, Li Qinghe, and the others went up to challenge the wooden dummies. They also lasted for about half a cup of tea's time. As the strength of the wooden dummies increased, they couldn't withstand it anymore and retreated. This round's test wasn't about winning or losing. It was to test their actual combat ability and movement skills. Xiaoyang was the last to go up. He felt that there was no need to show off in front of his own people. After fighting for half an hour, he also retreated in defeat. After all of them had experienced it once, the scene around them slowly dissipated. First, the wooden dummies slowly disappeared. Then, the clear lake beside them slowly disappeared. Then, the pavilion behind them also disappeared. Wow, what's going on? Seeing this strange scene, Lan Jiaoya couldn't help but ask with widened eyes. This is like an illusion formation. It's also like being in someone else's mirror realm. Now that we've completed the mission, we've been expelled, Xiaoyang calmly explained. As expected, when they reappeared, they were already at the top of the mountain. In front of him was a huge palace. The palace was grand and majestic. Under the sunlight, the golden tiles reflected golden light. Wow, this palace is so majestic and beautiful. Yi Jiaoye couldn't help but exclaim. The others also felt refreshed and shocked, as expected of the poison sect. At the very least, this kind of wealth wasn't something the big shots in the city could compare to. Chapter 406. Pine Hall. There were 3 words written on the plaque above the entrance of the main hall. Why aren't you coming in? An old, dignified voice rang out from the hall. Are you talking to us? Lan Jiaoye, Qin Jifu, and the others exchanged confused glances. Xiao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Instead, he looked a little excited as he explained, We've all passed the test, so we should be able to meet the grandmothers now. Really? That's great. We can finally meet those big shots. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianchan, and the others were all very excited. The group of them quickly walked into the main hall. As soon as they entered the great hall, they saw the 10 pavilion lords, 3 elders, the poison sect master, and many other pavilion elders. The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. We greet the sect master. Xiao Yang and the others bowed. Good. You're all outstanding disciples of my poison sect. The sect master smiled and nodded, looking at them with gratification. Seeing the sect master like this, the 3 elders and the other upper echelons also looked pleased. At this time, a figure rushed into the hall. It was Feng Tianhan. He glanced at Xiao Yang and the others as he entered and couldn't help but sneer. Inwardly, I'll teach you a lesson this time. You actually dared to offend me. Yes, Xiao Yang had beaten him up at the wooden dummy. He couldn't take it anymore and had come to report it. Greetings, sect master. Feng Tianhan immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Normally, he didn't have the right to enter, but now that he was the envoy to welcome the new disciples, he could enter at any time. The poison sect master nodded at him. Feng Tianhan immediately began to criticize Xiao Yang and the others. Sect master, Xiao Yang and the others disobeyed their superiors and even beat me up. If not for the fact that I wanted to protect my junior brother, I would have beaten them up. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Sect master, you have to uphold justice for me. The poison sect's upper echelons exchanged glances. They had all heard of this matter. They could clearly see each disciple's test through the formation screen. He even saw the conflict between Feng Tian and Xiao Yang and the others. Although Feng Tianhan was in the wrong, Xiao Yang and the others were too arrogant. As the saying goes, an arrogant army is bound to be defeated. He had to use this opportunity to teach them a lesson. The poison sect master's face immediately darkened as he asked, Xiao Yang, is this true? What do you have to say? Lan Jiaoye was furious. She didn't wait for Xiao Yang to speak before she immediately stood up and said angrily, Sect leader, it's clearly this bastard's fault. He didn't allow us to take the test, and he still thinks he's right. That aside, he even framed us for stealing the storage rings of Chang Sanshan, Zhou Shankai, and the others. How can we tolerate that? We are innocent. Feng Tianhan took a deep breath. He knew that the matter had already been exposed, and all pretenses had been shed. He could only fight to the end. Even if it was a dark path, he had to walk it to the end. Otherwise, he would be skinned alive. He braced himself and said, Sect leader, don't listen to their slanderous words and nonsense. They stole the storage rings of Zhou, Shanlin, Chang Sanshan, and the others. Everyone saw it. Now that the storage rings are on them, they can't deny it. If sect leader doesn't believe me, I can search their storage rings. Let's see what they have to say then. Feng Tianhan was overbearing and wanted a yard after taking an inch. He didn't know much about the conflict at the foot of the mountain, but now that things had developed to this extent, he could only side with Chang Sanshan, Zhou Shankai, and the others. Even if Xiao Yang and the others were right, he had to say that they were wrong. Only then could he checkmate Xiao Yang and the others. The poison sect master's expression was ugly. He glanced at Xiao Yang and the others and asked, Is this true? What else do you have to say? Lan Jiaye was so angry that her face turned pale and her fingers trembled. She angrily glared at Fang Tianhan, so angry that she couldn't say a word. Chun Jifu and the others were furious and sullen because they had all been framed and wronged. They couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. Xiaoyang was neither servile nor overbearing as he slowly said, "The storage rings are indeed on me, but that doesn't mean that we stole them. Please understand, sect leader. If you didn't steal them, then did they give them to you? When I went down the mountain, I heard them say that you stole them. They were all filled with righteous indignation and wanted me to uphold justice for them and take back the storage rings. However, for the sake of the test, I delayed this matter for the time being. This is my fault. Please forgive me, sect leader." Fang Tianhan hit the nail on the head and sneered inwardly. "Let's see how you'll turn the tables this time. I'll definitely send you to the 18th level of hell." Even if he called Zhou Shankai and the others to confront him, they would definitely stand on his side. Fang Tianhan wasn't afraid of this at all. The poison sect master immediately roared, "Xiaoyang, you've gone too far. You're so arrogant because of your talent that you consider everyone beneath your notice." Chun Jifu and the others felt extremely sullen. The anger in their hearts surged, and their bodies trembled. The expressions of the other upper echelons also became unsightly. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction, and they were very disappointed with Xiaoyang and the others. Fang Tianhan sneered on the side, feeling smug in his heart. Li Qinghe couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He immediately took a step forward, cupped his fists, and said firmly, "Zhang Sanshan, Zhou Shankai, and the others occupied our resting area. We asked them to leave nicely, but they mocked us with words and even wanted to use force to humiliate us. In the end, they were no match for us, so they gave us their storage rings to make peace. After that, they pestered us endlessly and were unreasonable. They wanted to take back their storage rings and accuse us of snatching them. That's how it is. Sect Master, please understand that the storage rings weren't snatched by us. They were given to us by them. They relied on their background and power to bully and humiliate many people. If we were to say that they were arrogant and disrespectful, no one would dare to say that they were number one." Li Qinghe thought for a moment and continued, "This senior brother Fang has connections with them, so he can't distinguish right from wrong and invert black from white. He wants to use public resources for his own personal use and abuse his power to take back their storage rings. This is an unforgivable crime." Fang Tianhan's expression changed. Although he didn't know the truth, Li Qinghe's words might not be false. If Li Qinghe was telling the truth, then he would be in big trouble. "Damn it, are Chang Sanshan and Zhou Shankai trying to trick me?" he thought bitterly to himself. As the host, when he saw them, he only saw the result and conflict, but he didn't see the process. Zhou Shankai and Chang Sanshan intended to use their connections and favors to ask for his help. Judging from the result, Xiaoyang's group was definitely unreasonable. Chapter 407. But the process was also very important. If Chang Sanshan, Zhou Shankai, and the others were the ones who started it, then even if they were bullied, Xiaoyang and the others wouldn't be guilty. Fang Tianhan's eyes darted around, as if trying to think of a way to salvage the situation. "Fang Tianhan, is what they said true? What do you have to say now?" The poison sect master glared at Fang Tianhan with a dark expression. If Fang Tianhan really did use his position to collect and use public resources for personal gain, then he might have to punish him severely. This couldn't be allowed to continue, or else how would he manage the poison sect in the future? The 3 elders, the 10 pavilion heads, and the other pavilion elders all felt grief and indignation as they stared at Fang Tianhan with resentment. After all, the reason he'd given Fang Tianhan this mission was to give him a chance to stand out. As long as he performed well, he'd be rewarded handsomely. But if he used power to achieve his own goals, then he'd be punished and condemned. Fang Tianhan paled at the question, and his lips trembled. Cold sweat broke out on his back. drenching his clothes and making them stick to his back. It was very uncomfortable. At this moment, he was so nervous that his mind was a complete blank. He didn't dare imagine how miserable his fate would be if he failed. Not only would he lose the hopes of many higher-ups, he would never be able to make a name for himself. He might even be chased out of the poison sect. No matter which punishment it was, he couldn't bear it. Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Speak. The poison sect master's expression turned even uglier when he saw Fong Tianhan so nervous that he couldn't speak. What did Fong Tianhan's reaction mean? It meant that he had a guilty conscience and that he might really be framing someone else. People like that were loathsome to begin with, not to mention that he was an outer disciple of the poison sect who wielded considerable power. Whether it was his position or his identity, he couldn't do such a thing. That would be a disgrace to the sect's reputation and image, as well as the poison sect's reputation. The poison sect was able to rule over the 10 cities largely because they were open and above board, fair and just. Once they lost these qualities and morals, they'd lose their status as overlords no matter how strong they were in battle. Water can also carry a boat, and it can also overturn a circle. This kind of logic could not be more obvious. After being scolded, Fong Tianhan's heart skipped a beat. His face became even paler without a trace of blood. His body swayed twice, as if he couldn't hold on any longer. One had to know that this was the wrath of the poison sect master, the one and only Wu Zun, the strongest in the 10 great cities. Just this pressure and aura alone was like a mountain, almost crushing Fong Tianhan to death. At this moment, he was terrified to the extreme. His heart was in a mess, and he didn't have time to think. After sucking in a breath of cold air, he immediately fell to his knees with a thump. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his voice had become stuttering. Everything this disciple said is true. They are the ones who are framing me and distorting the truth. This matter will be known once we investigate. Call Zhou, Shan Kai, Chong Sun-shan, and the others over for a confrontation. They will definitely be able to prove the vile actions of Xiaoyang and the others and clear this disciple's name. Fong Tianhan gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Now that things had developed to this point, there was no turning back. He could only follow this path to the end and stubbornly persist until he died. In truth, he did not know the process at all, and only saw the result of the matter. However, he believed that Zhang Sanshan and the others would definitely stand on his side. Therefore, as long as he found them, under the testimony of everyone, only Xiao Yang's group would be defeated. Right now, both sides were sticking to their own version of events. Each side was right, and the other side was right, but there was no evidence. No matter how furious the poison sect's upper echelons were, they couldn't recklessly judge. Fine. Then I'll call them over for now, so that you can understand why you're dying. The poison sect master said viciously. In truth, this was a small matter in his eyes. As long as the wrongdoers lowered their heads and admitted their wrongs, it would be fine. But now this wrongdoer was so stubborn that he had to interrupt Chong Sun-shan, Zhou Shankai, and the others' assessment. This was a huge price to pay, so the severity of the punishment had to be increased. The poison sect master's face was gloomy. As Wu Zun's cultivation erupted, he reached out with one hand. Light flashed in front of his eyes, and he saw many new disciples in the middle of the assessment appear in the main hall. Wow! Sect Master's Greater Teleportation Art is pretty good. Greater Teleportation Art is an Earth-grade martial art. When cultivated to the peak, one can teleport through the air. This move is quite sharp. In the entire sect, I'm afraid the sect master is the only one who has cultivated this art to perfection. The sect master is mighty. The 3 elders, 10 pavilion masters, and many other pavilion elders were all shocked. Their eyes were filled with envy and admiration as they let out praises and sighs. Xiaoyang, Qin Jifu, and the others were also shocked. The sect master was truly worthy of his reputation. This kind of ability was quite impressive. On the other hand, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, Zhang Sanshan, and the others who had suddenly appeared in the hall were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on at all. They looked around in confusion, their eyes full of confusion and doubt. They looked at each other in confusion, then at the main hall and the many upper echelons of the poison sect present. They had been in the middle of their assessment. Some of them had been stuck in the first trial's illusory realm, while others had reached the second trial's bronze door. They had all been racking their brains to think of a way to pass. But now they were suddenly teleported here. The bronze door before them had disappeared, and so had the dry desert and demonic beasts around them. For a moment, they couldn't get used to it. After a while, they slowly saw their surroundings and gradually understood what was going on. It was then that Feng Tianhan seized the opportunity to remind them, "Chang Sanshan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, didn't you say that Xiaoyang stole your storage rings? Now that we're in front of the elders and pavilion masters, you should honestly confess." As he spoke, he shot meaningful looks at the three of them so they could testify against Xiaoyang. The three of them finally understood what was going on. It turned out that they'd been sent here to investigate this matter. They were a little hesitant. It wasn't a big deal to try and deceive Feng Tianhan at the foot of the mountain. After all, Feng Tianhan was just an outer sect disciple. But now that almost all the upper echelons of the poison sect were here, it was impossible to fool them. Once the upper echelons of the poison sect discovered that they were framing Feng Tianhan, they would very likely be expelled from the sect. Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, Chang Sanshan, and the others exchanged glances. For a moment, no one dared to say a word. After all, they were in the wrong in the first place. If they admitted their mistakes, there was at least room for redemption. Chapter 408. However, if they continued to make mistakes once they were exposed, they would never be able to see the light of day in the future. Seeing that they did not speak, Feng Tianhan immediately became anxious, and his expression became extremely unsightly. It was these people who had invited him to help them, and they had even said that they owed him a favor. Now that he was completely on their side, they were not cooperating. What were they trying to do? This made Feng Tianhan have a bad feeling. They wouldn't do anything rash, right? The poison sect master glanced at them and could faintly see that something was wrong from their expressions. He stood up and released a majestic aura as he said in a dignified voice, "It's best if you tell the truth about this matter. Consider this a chance for you, so cherish it." The first elder also slowly said, "It's fine if you don't say anything. We can use the time reversal technique to see what happened, but it will cost us a lot. However, if we have to pay a great price to investigate this matter, your punishment will only be heavy." The 10 pavilion masters and many pavilion elders agreed. This was originally a trivial matter, and it would be fine as long as they talked it out. However, if their stubbornness caused them to pay a great price, then it was reasonable for them to be punished more severely. As the first elder and second elder spoke, not to mention Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, Chang Sanshan, and the others, even Feng Tianhan's body trembled, his eyes filled with fear. They were going to be serious and ruthless. On the other hand, Xiaoyang, Qin Jifu, and the others were not nervous at all. Instead, they relaxed and revealed faint smiles. In the end, evil could not defeat justice, and they were happy about this. Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and Chang Sanshan secretly glanced at Feng Tianhan from the corners of their eyes, wanting to hear his opinion. However, Feng Tianhan's face was pale, and he was covered in cold sweat. It was not a good sign, so the three of them were even more certain of their thoughts. Zhang Sanshan hurriedly said, "Elders, pavilion masters, Xiaoyang did not steal my storage ring. I gave it to him. I was wrong in this matter. I attacked them as soon as I came to the resting area. I am sorry for this. I admit my mistake." Humph! Poison sect master Wu Zun's cultivation erupted. He let out a heavy snort with a stern expression. With the eruption of this aura, Chang Sunshan was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. His body was trembling, and his face was pale. He was terrified to the extreme. When Fong Tianhan heard Zhang Sunshan's words, his eyes widened and he staggered. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. His mind went blank. He knew that he was done for. He had been betrayed. Damn Zhang Sunshan! If they all agreed that Xiaoyang was the perpetrator, they might still have a chance to turn things around. However, even the victims had changed their confessions. There was no chance for them to turn things around. These useless cowards, these damned idiots, they had sold him out just like that. To think that they had even asked for his help at the foot of the mountain. He really wanted to shout F*CKU. After Zhang Sunshan admitted his mistake, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others could no longer hold on. They all knelt on the ground and admitted their mistakes, admitting that they had given away their storage rings. Their confessions immediately cleared Xiao Yang's name. Fong Tianhan, what do you have to say for yourself? The poison sect master was furious. His face was filled with rage, and his fierce gaze looked like he wanted to eat someone alive. A disciple of the poison sect dared to publicly slander a new disciple. How abominable! If news of this got out, the poison sect would lose face. Sect master, please calm down. Fong Tianhan immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy and admitting his wrongs. He confessed, I don't know what happened either. When I arrived at the foot of the mountain, I saw them fighting and heard Zhou Shankai, Zhang Sunshan, and the others pleading for justice. They personally said that Xiaoyang had stolen their storage rings. It's all true. I'm innocent. He felt very wronged and tried to shirk responsibility. Humph, you're innocent? You believe everything they say? Don't you know how to investigate and gather evidence? If you don't have proof, then don't judge. You publicly slandered Xiaoyang's group, which is completely unfair. If you're innocent, then who isn't? With a cold snort, the poison sect master flew into a rage and roared at Fong Tianhan. Fong Tianhan is no longer a disciple of our sect. Our poison sect doesn't need a shameless person like him. He immediately issued an expulsion order, stripping Fong Tianhan of his position in the poison sect. Ah no. Sect master, give me another chance. I beg you, give me another chance. He cried out, his face ashen. Once he left the poison sect, he would become an old man with nothing. He was nothing. In the past, he'd relied on his status as a poison sect disciple to receive courteous hospitality no matter which city he went to. Even if he flaunted his strength, no one could do anything to him. But without that status, he was treated coldly, worse than a beggar. Noisy! The poison sect master roared. With a stomp of his foot, he unleashed his cultivation and sent Fong Tianhan flying out of the hall. Hurry up and scram, or I'll take back all the cultivation you've learned in the poison sect. The poison sect master didn't give him any face, his face expressionless. Hearing this, Fong Tianhan had no choice but to hatefully leave, his heart filled with unwillingness. Damn Xiaoyang! Damn Chang Sunshan and Zhou Shankai! I won't let you have it easy. Fong Tianhan cursed as he left, his expression indignant. Inside the hall, Chang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others panicked when they saw Fong Tianhan being punished so severely. They broke out in cold sweat and felt uneasy. They'd committed many crimes. First, they'd slandered Xiaoyang at the foot of the mountain and even deceived Fong Tianhan into making the wrong judgment. Second, they'd originally been on Fong Tianhan's side, but in order to protect themselves, they'd betrayed him. How heartless! How could people like them have a good ending? Do you know your wrongs? The poison sect master's gaze landed on them once more. We know our wrongs. We know our wrongs. We know our wrongs. Sect master, please show mercy and give us another chance. Chang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, and the others hurriedly begged for mercy, their expressions sincere. The second elder stepped forward. "Sect Master, since it's their first offense, why don't you give them a chance? The sect really does need new blood right now." The third elder agreed. "That's right, Sect Master. Who doesn't make mistakes in life? As long as they change, there's nothing better." Chapter 409. They were from Zhongsun City's Zhongsun clan and Zhou City's Zhou clan. Thus, the Zhongsun and Zhou clans were extremely powerful and sturdy. Of course, Zhongsun Shan and Zhou Shanlin didn't know that they were from the Zhongsun and Zhou clan. Otherwise, they would be shouting for them to plead for leniency. Although the two elders were already pleading for leniency, Zhongsun Shan and Zhou Shanlin's intelligence was worrisome. They would definitely cry out again. The poison sect master pondered for a moment. Now that the two elders were pleading for leniency on their behalf and the cost of dealing with this matter wasn't too high, this matter could be big or small. Why not? He quickly came to a decision and swept his gaze over Zhang Sunshan and the others. Since it's your first offense, there's no need to continue the test. If you want to stay in the poison sect, you can become a servant disciple. If you don't want to stay, you can scram. The two elders' expressions changed when they heard this punishment. They were a little vexed and angry at their disciples. They lamented their misfortune and were angry that they had fallen to such a state. It was simply shameful and a disgrace to their clans. However, the sect master's dignity was not to be blasphemed. Thus, despite their dissatisfaction, they couldn't go against him. The sect master is wise. The elders and pavilion masters all cupped their fists and cheered. On the other hand, Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others were pale and bitter. They felt wronged, and their eyes were brimming with tears. Heavens, they were all outstanding geniuses in their respective cities. They were people whose fame spread far and wide, and who knew how many people revered and worshipped them. They had always been lofty and incomparably noble. But here, they could only be odd jobs disciples. This was beyond their imagination, and it was also beyond their psychological endurance. In their minds, servant disciples were the lowest level of disciples in the sect. They were responsible for maintaining the sect's daily necessities, such as fetching water, cooking, washing clothes, sweeping the floor, buying daily necessities, waiting for orders from their senior brothers, and so on. How could they care about this kind of low-level job that had no dignity and would only lead to being bullied? They had always been disdainful and looked down on such low-level workers. Most of the time, they would bully and humiliate them. Once they chose to become odd-job disciples, there would definitely be ridicule from the surroundings. Thinking about it, they were so noble, but now they had to do such a humiliating job. How could they endure it? Zhongsun Mountains, Zhou Shankai, and the others were truly angry. They also wanted to leave and leave behind some vicious words. Your poison sect isn't good enough for me. However, they could only think about it. Once they walked out of the hall, they would never have the chance to turn back. The poison sect was a place that everyone yearned to enter. Many people viewed it as a place of hope. As long as they entered, they would have a chance to rise up. They could also become a lofty Wu Zun like the sect head, controlling a huge sect and overseeing 10 districts. Their prestige was unparalleled under the heavens. Therefore, they were very reluctant to leave. Their family's development had reached a bottleneck. Only by entering the poison would they have the hope of continuing to grow stronger. In that instant, they thought about a lot of things. In the end, they still submitted. With pale faces, they knelt on the ground and said resolutely, "Sect head is wise. We accept our punishment. Many thanks for sect head's magnanimity. We are willing to change." In their minds, if they were odd-job disciples, then so be it. In any case, they were still members of the poison sect. As long as they stayed in the poison sect, they wouldn't have to worry about not having a chance to climb back up. In any case, their families had strong backgrounds and influence. With their families' help, they would definitely rise up again. When that time came, they would definitely teach Xiao Yang's group a lesson. All right, stand up and report to the odd job department. There's no need for a test. When you perform well, you'll have the chance to be tested. The poison sect master was very satisfied with their attitude of admitting their mistakes. He waved his hand and had them leave. Zhang Sun Mountain, Zhou Shankai, and the others grunted in response. They all stood up and respectfully retreated a dozen or so steps before turning to leave. When they reached the entrance of the hall, they couldn't help but curse. Anger was written all over their faces, and their eyes released a vicious glint as if they wanted to swallow someone whole. It was incomparably terrifying. That damned Xiaoyang, just you wait. I won't let him have a good time in the future. If it wasn't for that scoundrel causing trouble, we wouldn't have fallen to this state. Xiaoyang wasn't a good person to begin with. This time he's taken a tumble. We must remember this enmity and wash away this humiliation. They blamed everything on Xiaoyang and hated Xiaoyang to the bone. They wanted nothing more than to kill Xiaoyang. Originally, they only needed to pass the various tests to become outer disciples of the poison sect. If their performance was outstanding, they could even become inner disciples. But now, all of that had gone down the drain. They couldn't continue with the tests and could only become odd job disciples. This kind of act of murdering someone else's hopes was the most loathsome and despicable. This is simply bullshit. Odd job disciples have to help their senior brothers wash their feet, do their laundry, and cook. How infuriating! Vile odd job disciples, we Tong Tong's heavenly geniuses have fallen to such a state. How humiliating! As they walked towards the odd job disciples, they chattered endlessly. One could imagine the unwillingness and resentment in their voices. In the main hall, only Xiaoyang, Qin Jifu, Huzi, and the others were left. Most of the people who were left behind did not participate in this incident. For example, Huzi and the others were bystanders and witnesses. Therefore, when they saw Chang Sun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others being punished and sent to become odd jobs disciples, they were secretly very pleased with themselves. A slight smile appeared on their faces as they thought to themselves that when they became outer sect disciples in the future, they would definitely go and humiliate them to vent their anger. After all, they'd suffered quite a bit of humiliation and anger in the past. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. Now that it's my turn, how can I not take revenge? Those who aren't involved, hurry up and take the tests. Don't be too happy. Those who pass will become outer disciples. Those who perform well will become inner disciples. Those who fail will become odd job disciples. The poison sect master spoke indifferently. With a wave of his hand, his cultivation base erupted. Light flashed in front of him as he used the greater teleportation art once more. In the blink of an eye, he'd sent Huzi and the others back to the test area. The hall was emptied in an instant. As far as the eye could see, it was empty and much more pleasing to the eye. There weren't many people left. Many of the poison sect's upper echelons didn't say a word. They narrowed their eyes as they focused on Xiaoyang and the others. They seemed to be pondering something, their gazes deep. Chapter 410. This was the first time many of the upper echelons were seeing Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had an imposing appearance and an extraordinary bearing. They could tell at a glance that he wasn't simple, so they liked him at first sight. Xiaoyang's outstanding performance in the trials was enough for him to enter the inner sect and become an inner disciple. Towards this kind of outstanding disciple, they all admired him very much and wanted to rope him in to be a member of their own palace. The poison sect had 10 great pavilions, and competition existed between each of them. The more outstanding disciples they had, the stronger their competition would be. Thus, they all hoped that Xiaoyang and the others would join their pavilions. Although none of them spoke, their expressions and greedy gazes betrayed them. Cousin, why are their expressions so strange? Have you noticed? Lan Jiaye took a step closer to Xiaoyang and whispered into his ear. She glanced at the poison sect's upper echelons out of the corner of her eye. Gu Qianqian also walked over. She moved closer to Xiaoyang, as if she'd feel more at ease. She whispered, "That's right, that's right." Their expressions are so strange. Their hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. The second and third elders of the sect were the same. They squinted their eyes, clicked their tongues, and smacked their lips. They also admired Xiaoyang. Not only was Xiaoyang capable, but he was also very knowledgeable. His temperament and character were also very much liked by them. For example, his snatching of the storage rings of Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others was very much in line with their temperament. As the saying goes, a scholar prefers death to humiliation. Since you dared to bully me, you should be prepared to be bullied in return. But these were two separate matters. Liking was liking, and pursuing the matter had to be pursued. The first elder saw that the wily old foxes didn't say a word. They didn't seem to want to pursue Xiaoyang's mistakes. So he snorted in dissatisfaction. There was no other way. He could only step out and play the villain this time. He hoped that Xiaoyang wouldn't hold a grudge against him. His face was expressionless and cold as he said slowly, "Xiaoyang, do you know your crime?" Xiaoyang was dumbfounded by the question. Wasn't this matter already investigated? He was innocent, so what crime could there be? The ones in the wrong were Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others. What was the great elder trying to do? Lan Jiaya, Qin Jifu, and the others shared the same hatred and looked at the great elder with anger. They were fighting for Xiaoyang because Xiaoyang's actions were mostly to protect them. At this time, they naturally wouldn't betray Xiaoyang, let alone let Xiaoyang suffer. They were all people who valued friendship, unlike Changsun Shan and Zhou Shanlin, who betrayed Feng Tianhan in the blink of an eye. This was heartless. Xiaoyang cupped his fists and bowed, neither servile nor overbearing. He replied doubtfully, "This disciple doesn't know what wrong he has done." Xiaoyang thought that he had done the right thing, and the matter had been handled very well. They had bullied him, but he had only taken their storage rings as a punishment. This was already very light. If it was in the past, Xiaoyang would have killed them all. Humph! The first elder's face could not help but turn cold. He snorted heavily with an ugly expression on his face. "Xiaoyang, you killed Li Xingzong during the Martial Yang City hegemony tournament. Do you admit to this or not?" He roared in fury. The flames of his fury seemed to be on the verge of erupting, ready to explode at any moment. Li Xingzong was a disciple of the poison sect and a disciple of the Buddha Pavilion's elder. You killed him just like that. So cruel, heartless, and indifferent. What qualifications do you have to be a disciple of our sect? You still have the face to come here to take the test and throw your life away. Don't you know how to write the word death? The sect's great elder questioned Xiaoyang sternly. The other higher-ups also came back to their senses and remembered that such a thing had happened. They all began to put on stern faces, pretending to be cold and expressionless. Their intentions were simple. They wanted Xiaoyang to give them an explanation. The poison sect's members were very protective of their own and united. It was because of this unity that no one dared to provoke them. Xiaoyang froze for a moment before he understood. So that's what was going on. He didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt or self-blame. His expression was calm and his gaze was resolute. I killed him because he deserved it. Impudent! The great elder of the sect roared in anger and slammed his palm on the tea table beside him. The tea table was crushed by the violent force and instantly shattered into pieces, turning into powder. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so arrogant and domineering. He considered everyone beneath him and everything beneath him. This kind of wind couldn't be allowed to continue. It was bad enough that he didn't admit his wrongs after killing someone, but he was so righteous as to say that the person deserved to be killed. Don't you think this old man deserved to be killed too? Those who obey you will prosper, and those who defy you will die, right? The great elder glared at Xiaoyang with bloodshot eyes as he questioned Xiaoyang. His aura erupted at this moment and soared into the sky. A majestic pressure, came crashing down on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang couldn't help but take a deep breath and furrow his brows. However, he still stood his ground and wasn't affected by the great elder's emotions. No matter what, as long as he believed it was right, he would stick to it until the end. He would never admit his wrongs. What was right, and what was wrong. He would never force himself to change his mind just because someone was strong. I, Xiaoyang, am not such an unreasonable person. I have never said that those who obey me will prosper, and those who defy me will die. These are all your conjectures. As someone who wants to uphold justice, you slandered and wronged me like this. Even if you don't deserve to be killed, you are still wrong. Because this is not based on the principle of fairness and justice. You rely on your own emotions to make an extreme judgment. This is extremely unfair and unjust. Xiaoyang replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He stood straight in the middle of the hall with his back straight, like an unyielding pine tree. He would never bow down to the evil forces and would rather die than submit. Fine. I'm still wrong? Do you think I can't deal with you? The sect's grand elder was furious to the extreme. He was so angry that he laughed and pointed a trembling finger at Xiaoyang. His breathing grew ragged. He never thought that a brat like Xiaoyang would be able to anger him to this degree. As the great elder of the poison sect, his words were orders that everyone had to obey. He was only below one and above all. Which poison sect disciple wouldn't tremble in fear when they saw him? Chapter 411. But this Xiaoyang not only didn't listen to him, he even questioned him. Where was he supposed to put his face? Humph! He harumphed fiercely, his breath brimming with killing intent. The poison sect master immediately sensed his killing intent, as did the other two elders and many other pavilion heads. Their hearts skipped a beat as they frowned inwardly. The sect master had no choice but to intervene. He first comforted the first elder. First elder, don't get angry. Stay calm. Then his gaze landed on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, what did Li Xingzong do wrong for you to kill him? Xiaoyang cupped his fists. As the host, Li Xingzong should have kept his hands clean and stayed neutral. But in the end, that bastard colluded with the Wang clan and even convinced the judges to accept the Wang clan's bribes. He colluded with the Wang clan to kill me during the competition. Leaving aside the fact that they should have maintained fairness, just the fact that he personally attacked me is enough to make me unable to tolerate him. If it were any of you, would you have tolerated it? Lan Jie couldn't take it anymore when she saw the poison sect's upper echelons targeting Xiaoyang. She stepped forward as well, standing side by side with Xiaoyang. She pouted and said, "That's right, my cousin is right." The Wang clan used Li Xingzong and the judges. They even used some of the top-ranked disciples. The Wang clan planned to use Li Xingzong and the others to delay Xiaoyang, then use the clan's power to massacre the Lan clan. But they never expected their plan to fail. I can testify to that. One after another, Qin Jifu and Li Qinghe stood out and spoke up for Xiaoyang. They were all from Marshalliang City, and there were so many people watching the hegemony tournament back then. The news had spread like wildfire, so it wasn't surprising that they knew about it. The poison sect's upper echelons immediately understood. So that's how it was. Even Gu Qianqian, Gu Shanha, and the others were relieved. They had been wondering how Xiaoyang had offended the three great clans. The first elder thought, if this matter is really as Xiaoyang said, then we really can't blame Xiaoyang. On the contrary, they went overboard. After all, they weren't strict with their disciples and wanted to harm others. They had to discipline their disciples. Since they were in the wrong, not only did they not admit it, they even blamed Xiaoyang. The first elder almost couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing. He really didn't expect Li Xingzong to be such a bastard. If he'd known this before, he would have killed that bastard. Good job killing him. Scum like Li Xingzong deserved to die. Leaving him alive would only harm others. The first elder immediately changed his stance and attitude to support Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang probably wouldn't lie. Many people had seen the hegemony tournament with their own eyes. It couldn't be easier to verify the truth. All they had to do was randomly pick a few people and ask them. The poison sect master muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded. This matter really couldn't be blamed on Xiaoyang. He said, "Xiaoyang, we misunderstood you before. It's fine as long as we talk things out. Don't take it to heart. As for you killing a member of the hegemony tournament, don't worry. We'll give you an explanation. You don't need to worry about them causing trouble for you." He made this promise. From this, it was clear why Changsun Shan, Zhou Shankai, and the others had caused trouble for Xiaoyang. It was because Xiaoyang had killed their clansmen. Many thanks, sect master. Xiaoyang cupped his fists to express his gratitude. The three great clans were the three great clans, and the poison sect was the poison sect. There was a difference between them. All right, this matter is over. No one is to bring it up again. The poison sect master waved his hand, indicating for everyone to listen carefully. The 10 pavilion lords, 3 elders, and many other pavilion elders laughed and looked at Xiaoyang with joy. They didn't mention anything about what had happened before, but were now thinking of ways to lure Xiaoyang over. "Xiaoyang, my pill pavilion is in need of talents like you. Why don't you consider coming to my pill pavilion? We have many pills for you to choose from. What do you think?" The pill pavilion master immediately extended an invitation to Xiaoyang. He was all smiles and looked very amiable. "Pill pavilion lord, you're shameless." The beast pavilion lord cursed and hurriedly turned to Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, don't listen to that old bastard. Come to my beast pavilion. You can choose any of the demonic beasts here. You can easily form an army of beasts. The cultivation method pavilion, thunder pavilion, Buddha pavilion, sword pavilion, poison medicine pavilion, and other pavilion lords all stepped forward and extended an invitation to Xiaoyang. They all said that they would give Xiaoyang the best delicacies they had collected. Xiaoyang didn't know what to do in the face of their enthusiasm. He could only smile awkwardly. The third elder was also moved by this talent. Hatred was hatred and matters were matters. He smiled at Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, how about you be this old man's personal disciple?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. Many gasps could be heard. It was the gasps of many pavilion masters. Immediately, one of the pavilion lords said in dissatisfaction, "Third elder, you already have more than 10 personal disciples. Why don't you give this one to us? You're even fighting with us. You're not being nice." In the previous few batches, those who had good aptitude were all taken away by them. Now that they finally met Xiaoyang, they naturally didn't want to give up. The third elder was a little anxious when he saw that the 10 pavilion lords wanted to fight with him. He hurriedly said, "This old man was able to recruit so many personal disciples because I'm a person of virtue and prestige. It's also because those personal disciples have sharp eyes. Xiaoyang, think carefully. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one." Xiaoyang could only smile bitterly. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianchan, Gu Shanha, and the others were full of envy. If only they were as outstanding as Xiaoyang. Looking at these people fighting over him, they were simply treating Xiaoyang as a treasure. The second elder smiled and said, "Slowly, I think you guys have had enough. Since you're not willing to accept anyone, how about this, Xiaoyang, you come with me. I haven't accepted a disciple for many years, and I only accepted you. I don't plan to accept any more disciples in the future. What do you think?" Damn despicable. Taking advantage of this time to recruit him, the third elder glared at him and was immediately unhappy. The second elder didn't care and looked at Xiaoyang with anticipation. "Cousin, just agree. The second elder still doesn't have a disciple. After accepting you, you'll be his only disciple," Lan Jiaoye said with envy. Gu Qianchan also said, "Big brother Xiaoyang, after you become the second elder's disciple, you have to take care of us." Hearing their words, the second elder's smile became wider and happier. His eyes revealed an expression that said, "You guys are very sensible." Looking at this situation, the first elder immediately became anxious. Chapter 412. Although he and Xiaoyang had a conflict, it was already in the past. Who would think about those unhappy things? Presumably, Xiaoyang wouldn't be so stingy. He immediately said to Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, I think you shouldn't hesitate. Just follow this old man. This old man also doesn't have a disciple. This old man also promises you that in this lifetime, I will only take you as my disciple. I will pass on all my skills to you." After he spoke to Xiaoyang, he turned around and glanced at the others. He coldly snorted and said, "All of you quiet down. What are you all talking about?" The second elder, the third elder, the 10 pavilion lords, and many other pavilion elders were dissatisfied with the great elder's strength, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only bitterly smile. At this time, no one dared to raise any objections. They could only secretly curse the great elder for being shameless. Just a moment ago, he looked like he wanted to kill Xiaoyang. Now, he shamelessly wanted to snatch Xiaoyang away. He was simply too shameless. The older he got, the thicker his skin became. The great elder saw that the originally chaotic scene had quieted down because of his words. He also let out a sigh of relief and felt satisfied with his prestige. Just now, he was really afraid that the others would fight with him over the spoils. He secretly thought, "Xiaoyang, did you see that?" With just a word from this old man, they all submitted. "From this, you can see my prestige and strength. This Xiaoyang will most likely choose me." The great elder was even more proud. He glanced at the other higher-ups with contempt. The corner of his mouth curled up. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Facing the first elder's invitation, Lan Jia, Gu Chanchan, and the others were even more shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and their eyes were filled with shock. They hurriedly urged Xiaoyang, "Cousin, quickly accept. What are you waiting for?" It was obvious that in their eyes the head elder was much more powerful than the second and third elders. He was basically the second in command of the poison sect. As long as he was under this person's name, Xiaoyang's status would rise as well. Who would dare bully them in the future? Only they could bully others. Xiaoyang could only smile bitterly and did not agree. What a joke! The only reason he came to the poison sect was because he fancied the poison sect's cultivation grounds. He didn't care about any of their statuses, nor did he care about their abilities or cultivation bases. Thinking back to his previous life, he had been the eternal poison sovereign. If he wanted to learn anything, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand? He didn't need a master at all. He really wanted to refuse. But in the face of so many passionate invitations, he couldn't very well refuse. That would only offend them. Especially in front of the first elder, it was even harder to refuse. He'd had a conflict with the first elder before and had almost shed all pretenses of cordiality. If he refused now, the others would think he was being petty and unable to let go of the past. This put Xiaoyang in a very difficult position. "Xiaoyang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and accept me as your master. Who knows how many disciples have wanted to enter this old man's tutelage, but I've rejected them all. You're the only disciple this old man wants to accept." The first elder spoke arrogantly so that Xiaoyang would understand that it was his honor to be chosen. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang still didn't relent. This made the first elder think that Xiaoyang still couldn't let go of his grudge from before. He could only turn to Xiaoyang and say, "Xiaoyang, could it be that you still blame me?" No, of course not," Xiaoyang hurriedly explained. However, the first elder didn't listen to Xiaoyang's explanation at all. He pretended to be angry and snorted, "Xiaoyang, you can't be so petty as a person." Xiaoyang clearly didn't take the previous matter to heart, but when the first elder said this, it seemed that Xiaoyang was a petty person. This made Xiaoyang feel bitter, but he couldn't defend himself. After the first elder pretended to be angry, he immediately pretended to be wronged and lowered his voice to compromise. He begged Xiaoyang, it's all in the past. It's all my fault, okay? I couldn't distinguish right from wrong and almost wronged you. For this, I apologize to you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. That Li Xingzong was so despicable. So what if he was killed? It's not a big deal. Look, even my old bones are like this. You can't refuse me, right? The first elder took advantage of his seniority to speak. Everyone couldn't help but curse him for being shameless when they saw this. With the situation already like this, if Xiaoyang still refused, then that would mean that he didn't understand how to empathize with the elderly and let go of the past. This would greatly affect Xiaoyang's righteous and imposing image. Xiaoyang found it extremely difficult to persist. After all, the first elder was the second in command of the poison sect. If you refuse the second in command's invitation, what else do you want? You want the first in command's invitation? What if the first in command doesn't invite you? Won't you become a joke? When you want to rely on the second in command again, the second in command might not want you. As the saying goes, a good horse doesn't eat pasture. If you become a horse that everyone disdains, then the situation will be terrible. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Chanchan, and the others were all anxious for Xiaoyang. Just as Xiaoyang was feeling troubled, the poison sect master spoke up. He said authoritatively, "Everyone, don't make things difficult for Xiaoyang. This Xiaoyang is an acquaintance of mine. Back in Chaos City, he even made great contributions by defeating Lord Yin's general, Ghost Charm. At that time, I promised to reward Xiaoyang handsomely. How about it? Xiaoyang, come and be this sect master's disciple. This is your reward." After saying this, the poison sect master was afraid that Xiaoyang would misunderstand his authoritative indifference and reject him. So he immediately squeezed out a smile. This was really too difficult for him. He hadn't smiled in all these years. This time, in order to accept Xiaoyang as his disciple, he had to force a smile. How comical was that? When his expression fell into the eyes of the poison sect's upper echelons, they were all stunned. Holy shit! This Xiaoyang is actually so awesome that the sect master would personally accept him as his disciple. This is too incredible. Just what kind of background does this Xiaoyang have? He can even defeat Lord Yin's general, Ghost Charm? When they saw the poison sect master force a smile, they were all stunned. Damn! How many years has it been since the sect master smiled? Now he's actually yielding to this extent for a mere Xiaoyang. This is simply rare. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud. The poison sect master's comical smile really hit their funny bone. As for Lan Jiaoye, Gu Chanchan, and the others, they were all shocked to the point of no return. It was as if thunder had struck their minds, causing their minds to go blank. Chapter 413. Heavens! Just what kind of earth-shattering thing did Xiaoyang do to be personally accepted as a disciple by the poison sect master? This was the dream of hundreds of millions of citizens. Who would have thought that Xiaoyang would realize it all by himself? So envious! So envious! Cousin, are you still going to agree? What are you waiting for? The sect master said it himself. Lan Jiaoye hurriedly urged. Jealousy was one thing, but it was better to let Xiaoyang become a disciple as soon as possible. That way, wouldn't they be able to bask in the glory as well? As long as Xiaoyang and the sect master confirmed their master-disciple relationship, their statuses would rise along with it. This was simply killing two birds with one stone. Even the Lan and Xiao family of Martial Yang City would be proud of this. Gu Qianqian secretly shook Xiaoyang's arm, indicating that Xiaoyang should stop dawdling and agree. After all, this was the #1 disciple of the poison sect, as well as the #1 expert of the 10 great cities, Wu Zun. Damn, just thinking about how I'm Wu Zun's only disciple made me excited. No matter what happens in the future, right or wrong, as long as I mention my master Wu Zun's name, who would dare not submit. Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and the others were all moved, their eyes filled with desire. However, they also knew that the sect master only had eyes for Xiaoyang. They didn't have the fortune, so they didn't force it. Xiao Yang thought it over, then resigned himself to his fate. Disciple greets master. Yes, there was some reluctance in his heart. He didn't need a master at all, but he'd entered the sect, and all the higher-ups wanted to take him in as a disciple. If he rejected all of them, he'd have a death wish. Xiao Yang relied on the memories of his past life as the eternal poison sovereign, so he might not know any less than the poison sect master. Forget it, forget it. For now, having Wu Zun as a master isn't bad. Not to mention, this master is the #1 disciple of the poison sect. Xiao Yang comforted himself. Ha! The poison sect master couldn't help but laugh heartily. He was in a good mood. Having Xiao Yang as a disciple was something that he was very happy to see. Ever since he had seen Xiao Yang use his traceless dream to defeat Gui Mei in Chaos City, he had long wanted to take him in as a disciple. Now he finally got what he wanted. Good. My good disciple, since you've already called me master, I can't be your master for nothing. Come, this is an earth-level upper-grade Ashwolf sword. I'll give it to you. The poison sect master happily took out a 3-foot-long sword from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Yang. This treasured sword was rather extraordinary with a single glance. Its entire body flowed with a faint glow that was dazzling and cold to the eye. At the instant this treasured sword appeared, everyone in the hall was able to clearly sense the sharpness within it, and it seemed as if even divine sense could be sliced apart. Many people's eyes lit up the moment they saw the treasured sword. They instinctively looked forward to it. How wonderful would it be if this treasured sword belonged to them? Many people even had the idea of paying a price to trade for it with Xiao Yang after the event. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, Qin Jifu, and the others were all envious. Damn, why is there such a huge gap between geniuses? This Xiao Yang brought out the Ashwolf sword as soon as he appeared. It was the envy of everyone. Many thanks, master. Xiao Yang accepted the Ashwolf sword and expressed his gratitude to the poison sect master. He carefully examined this Ashwolf sword and felt that it wasn't bad. At the very least, its power wasn't inferior to the universal mirror and God striking whip. Good. Come find me at the sect master's peak later. I'll teach you some skills and other skills. The poison sect master was quite satisfied with Xiao Yang's attitude and instructed Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang responded repeatedly. Congratulations, brother Xiao Yang. The 3 elders, 10 pavilion masters, and many other pavilion elders came forward to congratulate Xiao Yang. However, most of their gazes were focused on the Ashwolf sword in Xiao Yang's hand. After exchanging greetings, a pavilion master said slowly, Brother Xiao Yang, you see, you're following the sect master now. There will definitely be treasures for you in the future. Are you willing to sell this Ashwolf sword? I'll give you 1,000 spiritual stones. Go. Treasure pavilion master, you're too shabby. 1,000 spiritual stones? Aren't you afraid of lowering your price? Your table manners are too ugly. If the sect master is looking for trouble with you, let's see how you're going to pay him. The technique pavilion master snorted coldly, then immediately changed to a smiling face. He said to Xiao Yang, Brother Xiao Yang, I'll give you 2,000 spiritual stones. What do you think? The other pavilion masters all spoke up, wanting to buy the Ashwolf sword. Some of them also proposed rather good conditions and wanted to make an exchange. Unfortunately, they were all rejected by Xiao Yang. After Xiao Yang rejected them sternly, he walked to the side and ignored them. The 10 pavilion masters and 3 elders smiled awkwardly and didn't continue to make a fool of themselves. They all knew the significance of the Ashwolf sword to Xiao Yang. This was the first time his honored master had given him a gift. Even if he were to lose his life, he would never lose this gift. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, are you willing to join my pet pavilion? I have a cute Xiao by rabbit, a cute panda, and a human-like fox. They can both defend and attack. As long as you join my pet pavilion, these pets will be yours. The pet pavilion master smiled at Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoye, and the others. He knew that girls liked cute animals. Once these words came out, they directly poked at their weak spots. In the pet pavilion master's mind, Xiao Yang, this genius, was already taken, but no one wanted Gu Qianshan and the others. So, if he made the first move, it would definitely benefit him. Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan were immediately moved. Their eyes lit up, and with an impatient look they said happily, "Really? Is there really such a cute pet?" The pet pavilion master was immediately happy. Secretly happy, he hurriedly urged, "Of course, if you don't believe me, let's go to the pet mountain first and let you see their charm and cuteness." Seeing that the two women were about to agree, the other pavilion masters couldn't sit still anymore. One after another, they shouted the pet pavilion master. Too shameless, too despicable. Not to mention the ferocious, rough, and dirty side of the pets. All you can say is nice things. Then they hurriedly said to Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan, "Don't listen to him. My elixir pavilion has yin yang dan. As long as you take the yin yang dan, you will be young and beautiful. You don't want to have wrinkles and age, spots 100 years later. How can Xiao Yang like you then?" "Right, that makes sense. Do you really have yin yang dan?" Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan were suddenly moved. Their hearts were jumping with joy. Compared to cute pets, youth and beauty were much more important. Chapter 414. Which girl wouldn't care about her looks? Come to our formation pavilion. Not only can you maintain your youthful looks, you can also live forever through our formations. Come to our technique pavilion. Our techniques will allow you to shatter the void and change your appearance and figure as you please. Our Buddhist Dharma pavilion will allow you to live forever without any worries. You won't have to worry about your looks over the years, and you won't have to worry about your cultivation techniques, formations, or cultivation. Come to our Buddhist Dharma pavilion and we'll make you happy every day, just like heaven. The 10 pavilion masters all invited Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan with great sincerity. They racked their brains to win over the two girls and bragged about their pavilions to the heavens. Cough, cough. A sudden cough sounded. It was the head elder's voice. No matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice but to stop and wait quietly. After all, the head elder was the poison sect's second in command and hadn't taken in any disciples yet. Logically speaking, they couldn't fight with him. Satisfied with everyone's attitude, the head elder smiled at Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan. "You too, are you willing to take me as your master? I happen to have a manual called the Icy Clear Technique. If you master it to its limit, you will not age and will live forever. Besides, this martial skill is quite powerful and contains many strange martial skills. As long as you put your heart into it, your future achievements will not be inferior to Xiao Yang's." With a flip of his hand, the head elder took out a sheepskin scroll from his storage ring. This scroll had the clear ice art written on it. His words were more reliable than the others. Plus, his status in the poison sect was very high. No other disciples would compete with him. This made Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan like him instantly. The two girls did not hesitate at all. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the great elder. Their faces were full of excitement. "Thank you, master." "Haha, good, good. Get up. I'll give you this technique now, so you can cultivate it." Overjoyed, the head elder handed the sheepskin scroll to them. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan happily received them. They couldn't contain their joy. Their eyes were full of smiles. When the second elder saw that the sect master and the great elder, who had not taken in any disciples for many years, had taken in new disciples, he suddenly felt an itch in his heart. His gaze swept over the people who had not been chosen yet, and he was pondering in his heart, also estimating their potential. Chen Jifu, Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others noticed the second elder's gaze. They immediately became nervous, and their eyes lit up. They quickly stood up straight and tried to leave a good impression on the second elder. The second elder's gaze swept across these fellows and finally fixed on Li Qinghe. He extended his finger and pointed at Li Qinghe, saying, "It's you. Come, acknowledge me as your master." He was quite confident. Although he couldn't take in a genius like Xiaoyang as a disciple, he was still confident in a lower-level genius like Li Qinghe. When Li Qinghe saw that the second elder had chosen him, he immediately had a feeling of disbelief. Even his breathing became a little hurried. His chest rose and fell rapidly. Unable to say anything more, he immediately knelt on the ground with a plop sound in his excitement. Then, he repeatedly called the second elder master. The second elder was incomparably cheerful. He smiled as he allowed Li Qinghe to rise, then took out an extraordinary treasure and handed it to him. Li Qinghe happily accepted it and thanked the second elder profusely. Only he could feel the excitement in his heart. After all, Li Qinghe was Chief Instructor Wang's son. He spent most of his time in Martial Yang City and couldn't see the light of day. He didn't have any status to speak of. Now that he'd entered the poison sect, he was immediately chosen by the poison sect's third in command. Everything he didn't have before he now had. In the future, he would be a person of status in the poison sect, and even in the 10 great cities. Even the great clans in the cities would have to show him some respect. He suddenly felt very satisfied and proud. He wanted to tell Chief Instructor Wang of this achievement in the distant Donglin town so that his father would be proud of him. The third elder's heart stirred when he saw that they'd all changed their minds. But before he could speak, the 10 pavilion heads stopped him. "Third elder, you already have more than 10 personal disciples. You won't fight with us for them, right? You have to let us have some. Our pavilions are also a part of the poison sect, so you have to think for us. You can't just take away all the seedlings with a bit of talent, right?" The third elder was a little indignant. He'd wanted to ask for a few, but now he felt a little embarrassed. He smiled sheepishly and harumphed. "Why would this old man fight with you? Really? What kind of person do you take me for? All right, hurry up and choose. We'll settle this matter as soon as possible." The 10 pavilion heads relaxed and looked smug. Without the third elder's competition, they'd have a much easier time roping in the disciples. The 10 pavilion heads began to recommend themselves to Gu Shanhe, Chen Jifu, and Gu Shanqing, saying how outstanding their pavilions were while belittling the others. They all began to quarrel in a hubbub. Their faces and ears were red, and their necks were swollen. They glared at each other with bulging eyes, and all sorts of foul language came out of their mouths. Seeing that they were about to roll up their sleeves and fight, the poison sect master finally stopped them. "All right, look at yourselves. Do you still look like pavilion heads? Didn't you see that the third elder was willing to part with his treasures? He's already given them to you, but you're still like this. Don't you feel ashamed? All right, shut up." The poison sect master saw them haggling like aunties at the market. It was truly an eyesore. He couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted at them. Although the 10 pavilion heads had their own pride, it was only in front of others. In front of the sect master, they didn't dare to be arrogant. They immediately became obedient like obedient babies. The poison sect master swept her gaze across Chen Jifu, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, and the others. She slowly said, "You've seen it for yourselves. You should know what you need to know. You can follow whichever pavilion lord you want. Make your choice. Choose me. Choose me." The 10 pavilion heads looked at Gu Shanhe and the others eagerly, hoping that they'd choose them. Chen Jifu was the first to make his choice. He walked in front of the alchemy pavilion head and knelt on the ground. He said, "Disciple greets master." "Ha, good. Chen Jifu, right? I know you. Let me tell you, choosing the alchemy pavilion is definitely a wise choice." The alchemy pavilion head was extremely excited. He asked Chen Jifu to get up and left with him. Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, and the others also made their choices and left with the people from the Techniques and Formations pavilions. Chapter 415. Xiao Yang blinked as he watched his companions leave, indicating for them to work hard. They encouraged Xiao Yang in the same way. Thus, the companions who had been traveling together all this time had completely scattered. Everyone had their own goals and paths to live. Xiao Yang sighed with emotion. He swept a glance over the spacious hall before leaving as well. He remembered that the poison sect master had told him to look for him at the sect head's peak. For better or for worse, the other was Wu Zun and his master in this life. He had to go see him. Xiao Yang immediately headed for the sect head's peak after leaving Pine Tree Hall. However, this was his first time in the poison sect, and he wasn't very familiar with its various locations. He could only find someone to ask. Sweeping his gaze around, he immediately spotted an outer sect disciple by the side of the road. It was easy to tell the identity of the other party from the clothes they were wearing. Of course, it was also possible to confirm the identity of the other party from the identity token hanging on the other party's waist. This was under the premise that one's identity could not be determined from the clothes they were wearing. "Hello, junior brother. May I ask which direction is the sect head's peak and how should I get there?" Xiao Yang walked up to the poison sect disciple and asked politely. After all, he was a newcomer and didn't want to offend anyone so easily. Although he wasn't afraid of offending others, he didn't care. With his strength and background, he could basically do as he pleased in the poison sect. Hearing Xiao Yang's question, Li Xinglong, who had been admiring the scenery, turned around to examine Xiao Yang. When he saw that Xiao Yang wasn't wearing the robes of a sect disciple, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He looked at Xiao Yang as if he was looking at a stranger, then said, "Who are you? Why are you here? This isn't a place where you can wander around. I advise you to leave quickly so you don't attract trouble." When Xiao Yang heard this, he immediately knew that the other party had misunderstood. He laughed bitterly before explaining, "Junior brother, I'm Xiao Yang, a new disciple of the poison sect. Please tell me, which way is the sect head's peak?" Li Xinglong glanced at Xiao Yang's waist and saw that he didn't have an identity token. Then he asked, "Do you have anything that can prove your identity?" Xiao Yang subconsciously touched his waist. There really wasn't a token that could prove his identity. This left him a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, he remembered that the poison sect master had given him a jade pendant back in Chaos City. That was the personal jade pendant of the poison sect master. He was sure that this junior brother would recognize it. Xiao Yang took out the jade pendant from his storage ring and handed it to Li Xinglong, saying, "Junior brother, look. This jade pendant is something that the sect master usually carries with him. He gave it to me as a symbol of his status." A sharp light flashed through the depths of Li Xinglong's eyes, but he didn't make it too obvious. Instead, he maintained a simple and humble expression on his face. He smiled at Xiao Yang and said, "So it's senior brother Xiao Yang. This junior brother pays his respects." Li Xinglong bowed politely to Xiao Yang like a modest gentleman. Then he continued to explain, "Senior brother Xiao Yang, let me take you there. There's a spell formation on the sect head's peak. Ordinary people can't enter. Only those with identity tokens or those summoned by the sect master can enter." "That's fine too. Then I'll have to trouble you, junior brother." "Oh, right. I haven't asked for your name yet." Xiao Yang smiled. He could completely feel Li Xinglong's goodwill. Of course, this goodwill was only on the surface. Under this layer of goodwill was a cold heart. If it was someone with an ordinary cultivation base, they wouldn't be able to detect it. However, Xiao Yang wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He caught at the moment the other party showed a hint of killing intent. Xiao Yang was secretly puzzled. Who is this junior brother? I don't have any enmity with him. So why did he suddenly hate me? Li Xinglong wasn't in a hurry to answer Xiao Yang's question. Instead, he led the way. His walking speed wasn't slow. After using his movement technique, he was already several thousand feet away in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yang looked at Li Xinglong's back and narrowed his eyes. There was a gleam of interest in his eyes. Then he used his movement technique and quickly followed. He wanted to see who the other party was and what they were planning. Soon, Li Xinglong stopped at the foot of one of the mountains. Xiao Yang glanced at the surrounding environment. It was very remote, and the spirit qi wasn't rich. There were no formations set up around. He was very clear that this wasn't the sect master's peak. The other party had deliberately brought him here. He was definitely going to expose his foxtail. He stopped 10 feet away from Li Xinglong, then looked at Li Xinglong with a smile and asked, "Junior brother, is this the sect master's peak you mentioned? Why do I feel that it isn't?" Li Xinglong's back was originally facing Xiaoyang. After hearing Xiaoyang's words, he slowly turned around. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of undisguised hatred. The hatred was so strong that it was frightening. It was as if Xiaoyang was his enemy who killed his father. He released his aura without the slightest scruple and glared at Xiaoyang with hostility. He didn't answer Xiaoyang's question. Instead, he answered Xiaoyang's first question. "Xiaoyang, didn't you ask for my name just now? I'll tell you now." He smiled coldly, a cruel expression on his face. He called Xiaoyang by his name instead of calling him senior brother, like he did when they first met. Here, he didn't need to put on an act in front of Xiaoyang. He could reveal his enmity and hatred without the slightest scruple. He could even kill Xiaoyang here. He'd purposely lured Xiaoyang here so that he could kill Xiaoyang. Li Xinglong viciously said, "Xiaoyang, I'll tell you. This old man's name is Li Xinglong. Li Xingzong is my older cousin. I already knew about you the moment you stepped into the poison sect and have been secretly observing you this entire time. I was purposely waiting for you on the side of the road. I was just being polite on the surface to lure an idiot like you here. You killed my older cousin. If I don't avenge this grudge, I'm not human. My older cousin was a great benefactor to me. I couldn't just watch as he was killed while his enemy could live freely. You didn't expect this, did you? You were hoodwinked by me in the end. Even if you regret it now, it's too late." Li Xinglong wanted to laugh maniacally and soar without restraint because he felt that he was about to achieve his goal. He was excited and excited. Xiaoyang was fearless. He chuckled at the other party's smug words. His eyes were full of disdain, and his expression was full of disdain. Didn't the other party know that he only dared to follow because he wanted to be sure? Chapter 416. Xiaoyang had followed him to beat him at his own game and see his opponent's true colors. Right now, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. The other party was celebrating a little too early. Xiaoyang sneered. "I, Xiaoyang, have no regrets. Your cousin did deserve to die. Of course. I didn't just hurt your cousin. I also hurt your clan, the Li family. The destruction of the Li family was all because of me. Are you even angrier after hearing the truth? Do you want to kill me even more now?" Xiaoyang mocked him. He wasn't afraid of the other party's desperate actions at all. Or rather, he didn't take the other party seriously from the beginning. He had always looked at the other party with a playful attitude, like a cat playing with a mouse, playing with the other party. "What? It's you? You're the one who destroyed the Li family. You're the culprit, you murderer. You've committed countless crimes. Today, I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you." When Li Xinglong heard the truth, he couldn't believe his ears. His breathing became rapid, his chest rose and fell rapidly, and his eyes were wide open. His eyes were bloodshot, and they were filled with blood vessels. He released a powerful battle intent and chilling killing intent. As a member of the Li family, he obviously knew about the massacre of the Li family in Flame City. The great Li family, the #1 overlord of Flame City, had been destroyed just like that. As the only surviving member of the Li family, how could he control his emotions when he shouldered such a deep grudge? Li Xinglong roared at the sky and howled. His expression became even more savage and terrifying. He had only wanted to avenge his cousin, Li Xingzong. He had never thought that he would draw out the culprit who had destroyed the Li family. This was an extremely good thing, was it not? This way he could resolve both grudges and resolve the knot in his heart. Xiaoyang, I'm going to make you beg for death. Die! Li Xinglong roared angrily at Xiaoyang. Immediately, he circulated his terrifying cultivation and used his movement skill to quickly attack Xiaoyang. He was the only survivor of the Li family because he had been carrying out a mission in the poison sect. When he returned, he saw the misery and desolation of the Li family. At the time, he swore in front of the tombstone that he would bring the culprit to justice and make him beg for death. Now that the heavens had placed the culprit in front of him, how could he let him go so easily? His fist skills were sharp, his body movement was strange, and his martial arts skills were extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into hundreds of shadows and attacked Xiaoyang together. Each of the shadows had the same strength as the original. When he cast this most powerful spell, it was equivalent to 100 people fighting against one person. This was simply a matter of victory. His cultivation talent was also quite impressive, and he was almost invincible among those in the same realm. Li Xinglong was 100% certain that he could kill Xiaoyang. In his eyes, no matter how outstanding Xiaoyang was still a new disciple of the poison sect. He was far from being able to compare to a veteran like himself. Xiaoyang sneered, disdainful of his opponent's explosive attack. You want to kill me? Today, I'll send your family back together. With a flip of his hand, Xiaoyang took out the azure wolf sword that his master had given him. It was a high-grade, earth-level magic treasure with extraordinary power and peerless sharpness. It was unstoppable. Of course, Xiaoyang wasn't relying on the azure wolf sword. He was relying on his powerful cultivation to kill Li Xinglong. The reason why he used the ash wolf sword was because he wanted to see just how ferocious the ash wolf sword was. Azure wolf sword, kill! Xiaoyang roared angrily. He brandished the azure wolf sword with one hand and formed a sword art with the other. Following the explosion of his boundless cultivation, the azure wolf sword hummed. A 7-colored light circulated around the sword's body and released a terrifying sword intent. Just this sharp sword intent alone seemed to be able to cut through the void. Awoo! A mournful wolf howl reverberated through the air. The sound waves swept through the surroundings like a gust of wind. The wind blew against the flowers and trees, causing them to tremble. There were even some rocks that fell from the top of the mountain. This was the appearance of the azure wolf sword's sword spirit. The azure wolf sword, as its name implied, had an azure wolf as its sword spirit. With the naked eye, one could see an azure wolf that was dozens of feet long, floating in midair. This azure wolf's cultivation was at least comparable to that of a 5th-level martial ancestor. Even Xiaoyang's heart trembled when he saw it. But thinking about it, how cheap could a sword gifted by the poison sect master Wuzun be? Xiaoyang was very satisfied with the azure wolf sword. It was worthy of being an earth-level upper magic treasure. It even had a sword spirit at the 5th-level martial master level. If it was nurtured, the sword spirit could still improve. Seeing that Li Xinglong's 100 doppelgangers were about to reach Xiaoyang, the sword spirit, azure wolf, instantly swooped down from midair. Wherever it passed, Li Xinglong's doppelgangers were destroyed. Boom! Following a loud sound, Xiaoyang looked over and saw that Li Xinglong's body had been hit by the ash wolf. Li Xinglong's body flew out and crashed into the mountain behind him, creating a huge hole in the mountain and causing the entire mountain to tremble for a moment. The azure wolf sword is worthy of being called the azure wolf sword. Awesome. Xiaoyang looked at the sword spirit's vigor and was shocked. He could not help but praise it. Imperial sword technique. He then used the imperial sword technique and controlled the azure wolf sword to attack Li Xinglong. Li Xinglong wanted to kill Xiaoyang, so Xiaoyang naturally could not let him live. Kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Xiaoyang would not make such a stupid mistake. Li Xinglong's cultivation was only at the 3rd-level martial ancestor realm. Although the azure wolf did not kill him with one slap His current situation was not much better. He coughed twice and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then he struggled out of the large hole and landed on the ground again. He looked at Xiao Yang in shock, his eyes full of fear. However, in order to not lower his aura, he pretended to look down on him and said contemptuously, "Xiao Yang, you're nothing more than that. You're just relying on a magic weapon. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one." The reply was from the Azure Wolf sword controlled by Xiao Yang. Swoosh! There was a violent sound of something breaking through the air. The Azure Wolf pierced through the void and instantly pierced through the opponent. The sharp sword qi could be felt even from a distance of 10 feet. This caused Li Xinglong's heart to thump once again. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately took out the only magic weapon he had on him. He continuously activated it, defending and attacking at the same time. One magic weapon after another floated in midair, and layers of defensive light enveloped Li Xinglong's body. Chapter 417. This made Li Xinglong slightly relieved. So what if Xiao Yang was strong? How could he be a match for his many Dharma treasures? Humph! He had more than 100 Dharma treasures. Aside from half of them being used for defense, the rest were all used for attacking. He charged toward Xiao Yang. Dozens of light beams shot toward Xiao Yang. These light beams were of various colors. Some were green, some were blue, some were white, some were purple, and some were colorful. The colors were gorgeous and dazzling. Although these light beams looked good, the power they contained was ferocious. Any one of these light beams was enough to destroy any almighty martial arts grandmaster. There were a total of 50 rays of light. Even Xiao Yang felt a sense of heaviness in his heart. Humph! Xiao Yang snorted coldly and said, "Watch me break all techniques with one sword and let you die in peace." As Xiao Yang's hands quickly formed seals, the gray wolf sword instantly turned into hundreds of sword shadows. Each sword shadow had the same power as the main body. Suddenly, Li Xinglong's dozens of offensive Dharma treasures were all hit by the gray wolf sword. All the magic treasures that were struck by the ash wolf sword were scrapped in an instant. Those that were struck by the ash wolf sword were directly split in half. Some had a corner cut off, some had a hole dug out, and all of them lost their spiritual energy and fell from the sky. Li Xinglong, let's see what other moves you have this time. Xiao Yang's face was full of contempt as he looked at Li Xinglong mockingly. If that's all you have, then you can only die. I won't be polite. 10,000 swords in one. After Xiao Yang roared, his hands quickly formed seals again. The hundreds of sword shadows of the gray wolf sword instantly merged into one, turning into an even fiercer and fiercer gray wolf sword. Buzz! The ash wolf sword instantly received a tenfold increase in power. This sudden increase in power made him unable to help but let out a cry, letting out a joyous sword cry. "Break for me!" Xiao Yang put his right index finger and middle finger together, forming a sword and pointing at Li Xinglong. The moment he pointed his finger, the ash wolf sword seemed to have received a new order to attack. Its flying speed doubled, and with a swoosh, it tore through the void and headed straight for Li Xinglong. At this moment, Li Xinglong was completely flustered. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and his eyes were filled with terror. His body trembled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. His breathing became heavy, and he swallowed hard. He really did not expect Xiao Yang's ash wolf sword to be so terrifying. In less than half a breath's time, it had destroyed 50 of his magic weapons. It should be known that these magic treasures of his were not ordinary magic treasures. They were all magic treasures that could be ranked in the top. In order to obtain these magic treasures, he had paid a hefty price. He thought that with these magic treasures and his own strength, he would be able to fight Xiao Yang. But who would have thought that he would suffer such a crushing defeat? His divine sense had already sensed that the ash wolf sword was rapidly flying towards him. The sword will of the ash wolf sword was icy cold and sharp, sharp and unstoppable. It had the aura of cutting through everything and cutting through all obstacles, causing one to feel anxious and uneasy all the time. Xiaoyang, let's call off this battle. Don't force me. Li Xinglong roared at Xiaoyang in a wretched state. He looked very down and out. He originally thought that he had 100% chance of winning, but now he was being crushed by Xiaoyang. He also thought that as a senior disciple of the poison sect, he could easily kill a newcomer. He never thought that he would be forced to this extent by a newcomer like Xiaoyang. He really regretted his past actions. At this moment, Li Xinglong was filled with regret. He had even mocked Xiaoyang for not having any medicine for regret. Now, he really had no chance to regret. I'm forcing you. So what? Let's see how you're going to fight me now. Xiaoyang proudly shouted at Li Xinglong. Hands on his hips. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. There was no need to mention how proud and arrogant he was. Xiaoyang didn't plan to pursue the matter with the Li family. What was done, and the Li family had gotten their just retribution. But this Li Xinglong just had to come up to him. How could he be polite? If he killed him, then he killed him. When cutting weeds, one must pull up the roots. Besides, Li Xinglong was the one who wanted to kill first. Xiaoyang had a clear conscience. Bastard. Despicable. Xiaoyang, just you wait. I won't let you go. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Li Xinglong seemed to know that death was coming. He screamed at Xiaoyang hysterically, as if that could alleviate the fear in his heart. My many Dharma treasures are not to be trifled with. Defend me. Li Xinglong roared again and again. All of his cultivation exploded. His hands formed seals and manipulated the remaining defensive Dharma treasures in an attempt to block the attack of the Ash Wolf sword. This was his last hope and also his final trump card. Only by blocking the attack would he have a chance to live. If he couldn't block the sharp attack of the Ash Wolf sword, then he could only fall and never rise again. This time, he was risking his life to activate the Dharma treasures. Layers upon layers of defensive light enveloped his body. Each layer was as thick as a finger. Dozens of layers of defensive light stacked on top of each other, forming a thickness of dozens of feet. Relying on this terrifying defense, even an enemy of the same realm could not do anything to him. Even an ordinary Dharma treasure would not be able to break through his defense. However, the enemy he was facing was not an enemy of the same realm. Instead, it was an enemy of 2 realms higher than him. The Ash Wolf sword he was facing was not an ordinary Dharma treasure. It was a Dharma treasure comparable to a 5th-level martial ancestor. Regardless of whether it was the man or the sword, they both had the qualifications to easily crush him. The last thing Li Xinglong should have done was to provoke Xiaoyang. He could have lived on well, but hatred made him dizzy and lost his mind, resulting in his current situation. Of course, Li Xinglong could not be blamed. After all, he had suffered the calamity of the extermination of his clan. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame fate for being unfair. The Ash Wolf sword seemed to have entered an unstoppable state. It easily broke through all of Li Xinglong's defenses and directly pierced through his heart. His defense was as weak as tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. After the flying sword pierced through his heart, it did not stop. With another spin, it directly pierced through Li Xinglong's neck to his throat. This time, Li Xinglong was completely killed. Li Xinglong no longer had any signs of life. He stood upright on the ground, allowing the blood to flow freely from his body. Finally, with a gust of wind, he fell with the wind. After falling to the ground, he did not get up again. Xiaoyang called back the flying sword. Clapping his hands, he curled his lips and shrugged his shoulders. He let out a disdainful snort and then turned to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, he could not help but stop. Chapter 418. Forget it. Since I've already killed you, I'll just bury you. Xiaoyang muttered to himself. If he just left like this, He'd feel uneasy and wouldn't be able to live with his conscience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered. Sticking to the principle of choosing the nearest option, he glanced around and walked to Li Xinglong's side. Grabbing him with one hand, he walked over to a decent slope, circulated his cultivation base, and punched out, blasting a large hole in the slope. Then he tossed Li Xinglong inside. With a flip of his hand, a majestic cultivation base surged out, causing large swaths of soil to tremble and cover Li Xinglong. Xiao Yang glanced at him and found him much more pleasing to the eye. Only then did he turn to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he saw several poison sect disciples appear in front of him. They were dressed in the robes of the law enforcement hall. Their job was to patrol and enforce the law. Now that they'd seen Xiao Yang kill people and destroy their corpses with their own eyes, how could they tolerate this? Yes, Xiao Yang had buried Li Xinglong out of the kindness of his heart. He couldn't bear to leave his corpse in the wilderness. In the eyes of the disciplinary hall disciples, he was simply destroying the evidence. Xiao Yang pursed his lips and shrugged. He didn't look like he wanted to hide or explain himself. To him, if he killed someone like Li Xinglong, then he killed him. What could they do about it? Humph. He put on an innocent and pure expression and looked at the 3 indifferent disciples of the disciplinary hall. Chuckling, he said, "Junior brothers, may I ask how to get to the sect head's peak?" This attitude made it seem like the murder just now had never happened. This infuriated the 3 disciplinary hall disciples even more. How could he be justified in killing someone? How could he act so matter-of-factly without the slightest bit of guilt or self-blame? This is too much. Does he even have any humanity left? Xiao Yang, you killed Li Xinglong first, but now you don't have the slightest bit of remorse or guilt. Scum like you, who kills fellow sect members, should be hacked to pieces. Although we are unable to deal with you, we will definitely report this matter to the sect and request the sect leader to make a decision. The 3 disciples of the disciplinary hall roared at Xiao Yang. They were witnesses and also spectators. They saw Xiao Yang kill people with their own eyes. Of course, they were only spectators and did not stop him from beginning to end. From this, one could see how cold their hearts were. They kept talking about the righteousness of their fellow sect members. But when they saw their fellow sect members being killed, they simply stood there and did nothing to help. It could be seen just how shallow the righteousness they spoke of was. At the very least, Xiao Yang had a reason for killing people. It was because they wanted to kill him. However, these 3 disciples of the punishment hall were supposed to uphold fairness and justice and protect the sect's disciples. Yet, they watched as Li Xinglong was killed. Their cold-bloodedness and heartlessness were obvious. Xiao Yang, do you know what you did wrong? We're not people who are difficult to talk to. As long as you admit your mistakes and correct them, we may give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. That's right, Xiao Yang. Only you and I know about this matter. No one else knows. If you admit your mistakes and have a good attitude, we may be able to let this matter go. Let's see if you know how to behave. The 3 disciples of the punishment hall sternly spoke to Xiao Yang. Their words were very playful, and their meaning was very derogatory. They wanted nothing more than to get some benefits from Xiao Yang. No wonder they did not stop him before. Instead, they just stood there and watched. They wanted to get hold of Xiao Yang's weakness. In the past, they had restrained and threatened Xiao Yang to get benefits. As long as their first threat was successful, there would be a second, third, and fourth time. The 3 disciples of the punishment hall were overjoyed. They had finally gotten hold of Xiao Yang's weakness. Let's see if Xiao Yang would submit or not. As disciples of the punishment hall, they were naturally very well informed. They knew that Xiao Yang's identity was not ordinary. He was the only disciple the sect head had personally taken in, and was very likely to take charge of the poison sect in the future. Facing Xiao Yang, who had great potential, as long as they made good use of this dirty point, they would definitely be able to obtain enough benefits. Xiao Yang sneered. He didn't put them in his eyes either. When he had killed Li Xinglong, he had sensed the existence of these three people, but he had ignored them. To Xiaoyang, there weren't many people he cared about. In any case, these three disciples were not among them. You're disciples of the punishment hall, but your actions are so vile. Just say that you want benefits. What righteousness is there to speak of? Xiaoyang said coldly, directly exposing their hypocrisy. The faces of the three disciples of the punishment hall instantly turned ugly. Their faces also darkened as they glared fiercely at Xiaoyang, their brows furrowed. They thought that they could easily threaten and control Xiaoyang. Who would have thought that Xiaoyang wasn't afraid at all? One of the disciples snorted and said icily, "Xiaoyang, you should think this through. As long as we report that you killed Li Xinglong, you'll lose everything you have right now. Your life might even be in danger. On the other hand, if you show some mercy, not only will the three of us keep your secret, we can even be friends." That's right. You should think this through. Don't make a mistake. They looked like they had Xiaoyang in their grasp. Their hearts were filled with pride. Three scum. Xiaoyang cursed coldly, not giving them any face. If they'd followed the rules, Xiaoyang wouldn't have said anything. He'd just follow the procedure. In any case, the punishment hall would only release him in the end. He had nothing to fear. But these three scum wanted to use public resources for their own personal gain. They wanted to use their position to threaten Xiaoyang. That was enough to draw hatred. They were law enforcers, but they didn't do anything fair. Keeping people like them in important positions would only harm, more poison, sect disciples. This trend couldn't be allowed to continue. "Xiaoyang, bastard, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the guts." The disciples of the punishment hall immediately roared at Xiaoyang with ferocious expressions. Their hearts burned with uncontrollable rage. God damn it, doesn't he know the current situation? How dare he be so arrogant? What a fool! They thought they could do whatever they wanted with Xiaoyang's weakness. No matter what, they never expected Xiaoyang to be so unyielding. I said that you're three scum, the scum of scum. Xiaoyang's face was cold as he repeated his words. Good, good, good. Very good. Xiaoyang, are you going to shed all pretenses of cordiality with us? We'll go back to the punishment hall right now and report you for killing someone. Let's see how the sect will deal with you. Even the sect master won't be able to protect you. Chapter 419. Just you wait for your death. The three disciples of the disciplinary hall roared furiously at Xiaoyang. Their threatening tone was incomparably thick, as if they could see Xiaoyang's death in the future. After spitting out their vicious words, they turned to leave. However, just as they were about to move, Xiaoyang used his movement technique and blocked their way. He stared coldly at them and said, "What? You want to leave just like that? Aren't you going to bring me back to receive my punishment?" Yes, he had the intention to attack. If it weren't for his misgivings, he would have beheaded the three scum. They were unjust to begin with. Allowing them to enforce the law would only cause more people to be hurt. Xiaoyang thought about it for a moment. The other party was a member of the Hall of Punishment after all. Add to that the fact that he'd already killed one of them, it wouldn't make sense for him to kill them without any qualms. Although he was the Poison sect head's disciple, he couldn't be so lawless. Even if he didn't think for himself, he still had to think for the Poison sect head. Therefore, Xiaoyang did not intend to kill them. However, he would definitely teach them a lesson. "Xiaoyang, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, we are all members of the disciplinary hall. Can you afford to offend us? Offending the members of the disciplinary hall and resisting the law. Your crime is one more level. When the time comes, you will suffer a lot." The three disciples of the disciplinary hall were shocked when they saw Xiaoyang's playful gaze. They roared furiously at Xiaoyang. "You scum! Although I can't kill you, teaching you a lesson is not an exaggeration." Xiaoyang snorted coldly. He immediately activated his cultivation and attacked the three of them. He was a 4th-level martial great master, while the three of them were only second-level martial great masters. They were no match for Xiaoyang. They could not even block one of Xiao Yang's attacks. Bang! Xiaoyang sent them flying with a single palm strike. They were all heavily injured. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Their faces were pale, and their hair was disheveled and draped over their shoulders. They looked extremely miserable. "How dare you, Xiaoyang? Not only did you kill people, you even dared to attack us. You're courting death. We won't forgive you. Kill us here if you have the ability. Otherwise, you'll be in for a treat later." "Arg! My cultivation base. My cultivation base is gone. Damn it. Xiaoyang crippled my cultivation base." After the three disciples from the disciplinary hall shouted for a while, they immediately realized that their cultivation bases had been completely crippled. Their faces changed greatly, and fear appeared in their eyes. Their hearts were in a state of panic. He dared not imagine how miserable his fate would be if he lost his cultivation. They had taken advantage of their position to bully countless people, and they had taken advantage of the victims. They had even handled the personal affairs of many important people, and they had offended countless people. Once their enemies knew that their cultivations had been crippled, their fate would definitely be 100 times more miserable than Li Xinglong's. Cold sweat poured down their backs at the thought of such an outcome. They were terrified. "This is a lesson for you. Scram!" Xiaoyang spoke coldly. He placed his hands behind his back and raised his head. He stood tall and handsome as he watched them leave in terror. His heart was filled with satisfaction. After all of them left, Xiaoyang sighed in sorrow. "I don't know how much trouble I'll get myself into. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. If worst comes to worst, I'll just use the earth to block the soldiers and block the flood." He comforted himself. Then he spread out his divine sense in an attempt to find someone to ask for directions. In the northeast, on a mountain peak, a disciple was diligently practicing his fist technique. Xiaoyang immediately used his movement technique and flew over. Just as he approached the disciple who was diligently cultivating his fist art, 2 other poison sect disciples walked out from the side. From a distance, he could hear them shouting, "Oh my, kid, you really don't know what fatigue is. How is it? Have you thought it through?" Of the 2 disciples, one was tall and sturdy while the other was short and skinny. They were both second-level martial ancestor realm cultivators. The disciple who was practicing his fist technique was only a martial ancestor realm cultivator. Judging from his clothes, he had probably joined the poison sect not too long ago. It was not a rare sight for a veteran disciple to bully a new disciple. "Daha, I've said it before. I will never submit to you. Don't even think that I'll hand over my cultivation resources." Lin Xiaoji roared angrily at the 2 of them with a determined expression. "Oh my, looks like you didn't learn your lesson last time. All right then, we'll fulfill your wish this time." Daha and Ha sneered and immediately unleashed their terrifying second-level martial ancestor realm cultivations. They charged towards Lin Xiaoji with a frightening aura and a powerful aura. Lin Xiaoji would rather die than submit. He gritted his teeth tightly and fought them bitterly. However, whether it was in terms of cultivation or fist technique, he was no match for them. After a few rounds, he began to show signs of defeat. He stumbled back step by step as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked miserable. Bang! He was unable to withstand the combined attack of the 2 and was immediately hit by one of them. He spat out a large mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. The direction he was flying towards was where Xiaoyang was. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Xiaoyang intervened and caught him. He even used his own cultivation to dissolve the inner energy that had been applied to his body. Lin Xiaoji had thought that he was done for. He never thought that there would be such a miraculous turn of events and he would be saved. He was scared out of his wits, and his heart was thumping wildly. Soon he steadied his emotions and calmed down. He then cupped his fists at Xiaoyang and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, senior brother. However, this is my business. Senior brother, it's best that you don't interfere. Hurry up and leave so that you won't be implicated." Lin Xiaoji looked at Xiaoyang with sincerity. He did not want to implicate Xiaoyang because of his business. That would be letting down his benefactor. Daha and Erha also took a few steps forward and sneered. The corners of their mouths curled up into a mocking smile. They stared at Xiaoyang with a sinister smile and chuckled. "Oh, there's another Xiao by Rabbit who's courting death. Great, let's take care of them together." Hearing that, Lin Xiaoji's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly urged Xiaoyang to leave. Then he turned around and looked at Daha and Erha unwillingly. He said loudly, "Daha, Erha, that's enough. This senior brother is innocent. If you let him go, I'll give you my cultivation resources." He was gnashing his teeth as he said those words. He was extremely unwilling in his heart. What was the most important thing to a cultivator? Of course, it was cultivation resources. With them, your cultivation could slowly increase. But without them, you could only stay where you were. It was clear how important cultivation resources were. As new disciples of the poison sect, they didn't get many cultivation resources to begin with. Now that the veteran disciples were extorting them, it would only make their situation even more difficult. Chapter 420. Daha and Erha exchanged glances before turning to Xiaoyang. "Brat, consider yourself lucky. Why aren't you scramming?" Lin Xiaoji also breathed a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't hurt his benefactor because of his matters. "Senior brother, you should leave." He urged Xiaoyang to leave. Rather than two people being extorted, it was better for one person to suffer. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and swept his gaze over Daha and Erha with interest. He asked coldly, "As senior brothers, it's fine if you don't care about your junior brothers. But now you want to steal your junior brother's cultivation resources? Don't you think that's despicable and shameless? Does the poison sect not care about your actions? Do you believe I won't report you to the disciplinary hall? Haha, this fool. This idiot, a newcomer, will always be a newcomer. He doesn't know the rules here at all. Serves him right to be bullied." Daha and Erha weren't the least bit afraid when they heard Xiaoyang's words. Instead, they sneered and mocked him. Lin Xiaoji had been in the poison sect for a while longer than Xiaoyang, so he immediately explained with grief and indignation. "Senior brother, you don't know this, but the disciplinary hall's people are just like those who do nothing. They only care about spirit stones and don't care about morality or fairness. Anyone they see will just have to pay spirit stones and be done with it. This has caused many senior brothers with experience to become more and more arrogant and lawless. No wonder, so that's how it is." Xiaoyang recalled the 3 disciplinary hall disciples he'd met before and immediately understood. It was precisely because of this group of scum who wore the appearance of law enforcement but were actually secretly plundering for benefits that led to unfair and unjust phenomena everywhere. The weak were bullied and robbed, while the strong were awe-inspiring and didn't care about the rules of the sect. If this continued, the sect would be finished by them sooner or later. Thinking up to here, Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a little angry. If he wasn't a disciple of the poison sect master, then he wouldn't have gotten angry at all. He would have just taken care of his own safety. But since he had become the poison sect master's disciple, then he had to make some contributions to the sect. For example, reorganizing the rules, upholding fairness, and protecting the weak. Hee hee kid, did you hear that? If you don't leave, don't blame us for being merciless." Daha and Erha sneered at Xiaoyang. The reason why they were willing to let Xiaoyang leave was because of Lin Xiaoji's face. Lin Xiaoji had been in conflict with them for several months, but Lin Xiaoji's bones were very hard. He had a lot of backbone and never gave in. This made Daha and Erha admire him. Now that Lin Xiaoji had finally given in, they felt a great sense of accomplishment. They even had thoughts of poaching Lin Xiaoji. As long as the three of them worked together in the future, they would be able to bully even more new disciples. Thus, they let Xiaoyang go out of consideration for Lin Xiaoji. It could be considered selling a favor to their new ally. I can come and go as I please in this huge poison sect. I can do as I please. Who do you two think you are? Xiaoyang said angrily. Very well, kid. Since you want to die, then don't blame us. Lin Xiaoji, you saw it for yourself. This person doesn't appreciate your kindness at all, so it's not that he's not giving you face, but that he brought it on himself. Erha, let's go together. We'll plunder another little lamb. How delightful! Daha laughed sinisterly. After explaining to Lin Xiaoji, he charged at Xiaoyang. He was very fast. He left his original spot and sped toward Xiaoyang, leaving behind afterimages that could be seen with the naked eye. Lin Xiaoji furrowed his brows, cursing inwardly. He hoped that Xiaoyang would be fine. You're courting death. Xiaoyang roared angrily and unleashed his fourth-level martial ancestor, realm, cultivation. His aura soared into the sky with a majestic aura. His words were the law. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic force instantly swept out toward Daha and Erha, sending them flying. Ah, ah! The two of them let out blood-curdling screams as they felt an incomparable pain in their internal organs. Their bodies felt like they were about to fall apart. After falling to the ground, they felt powerless and were unable to get up. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Lin Xiaoji sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes widened as he stared at Xiaoyang as if he had seen a ghost. This Xiaoyang's cultivation is too terrifying. He's actually so awesome. Lin Xiaoji's heart was shaken to an incomparable degree. One had to know that he didn't even have the strength to fight back against Aha and Erha. He had always been the one being bullied. However, this powerful duo couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xiaoyang. From this, one could see just how valiant Xiaoyang was. As expected, calling Xiaoyang senior brother wasn't wrong at all. He'd made the right bet. Senior brother, you're too awesome. I really admire you. How about you take me in as your little brother? Lin Xiaoji trembled as he approached Xiaoyang. He asked fawningly as he swallowed his saliva and looked longingly at Xiaoyang. In the poison sect, if one didn't have any background or strength, they would only be bullied. Only by hugging a big thigh would they be able to escape. Lin Xiaoji had been bullied quite a bit in the past few months, so he naturally understood the hardships involved. Thus, he couldn't help but want to find a backer. As long as Xiaoyang was his backer, who would dare to have any ideas about him in the future? Regrettably, Xiaoyang had no intention of taking him in as a little brother. He said tactfully, "Don't worry. With me here, the strong bullying of the weak will never happen again in the sect. Don't worry." Xiaoyang was speaking as the sect head's disciple. No matter where you are or which disciple you are, as long as there's anything unfair, you can come find me to preside over it. This is my transmission jade slip. You can use it to contact me. Xiaoyang thought for a moment, then took out a transmission jade slip and handed it to Lin Xiaoji. Lin Xiaoji reached out to take it, gratitude written all over his face. His heart was jumping with excitement. Yes, yes, yes. Senior brother, I know. Thank you. I thank you on behalf of my fellow disciples who were bullied. He thanked Xiaoyang profusely. His brows smoothed out as he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a fierce person like Xiaoyang as the host, it was only a matter of time before the poison sect was restored to its former glory. It wouldn't be as filthy as it was now. Xiaoyang nodded, then walked over to Daha and Erha's side. When the two saw Xiaoyang walk over, fear filled their faces. Their bodies trembled as they stared at Xiaoyang warily. You, what do you want? I'll tell you, don't panic. This is the poison sect. We have people in the Skywave Alliance. The two shouted at Xiaoyang. Skywave Alliance? What the hell is that? While Xiaoyang was hesitating, Daha and Erha immediately laughed. They thought Xiaoyang was afraid of the Skywave Alliance and didn't dare do anything to them. How about it? Are you scared? Let me tell you, the two of us will join the Sky Wave Alliance sooner or later. So you'd best apologize to us obediently and give us your storage ring as compensation. Chapter 421. Daha and Ha shouted excitedly at Xiaoyang. Even Lin Xiaoji had an ugly expression on his face. He'd heard of the Skywave Alliance and knew he couldn't afford to offend them. Apologize to you? Xiaoyang felt like he'd heard the biggest joke in history. Don't these two know the situation they're in? What right do they have to make me apologize? It's already good enough that I don't kill them. Daha and Ha didn't sense the anger beneath Xiaoyang's words, mistaking it for Xiaoyang being afraid of the Skywave Alliance. They said proudly, "Of course. If you don't apologize, you can wait for the Skywave Alliance's revenge." Humph, what's the Skywave Alliance? Xiaoyang asked curiously, a puzzled expression on his face. This duo thought that as long as the Skywave Alliance existed, they would be able to guarantee their safety. Could this Skywave Alliance be some large organization? Daha, Ha, and Lin Xiaoji were dumbfounded. Heavens, the Skywave Alliance is famous in the poison sect. But this Xiaoyang doesn't know about it? He's too ignorant. I'm dying of laughter. Daha and Ha felt the need to let Xiaoyang know about the Skywave Alliance's power. That way, he'd have a better chance of protecting himself. They explained, the Skywave Alliance is made up of inner sect disciples with high cultivation bases. Anyone who joins the Skywave Alliance will receive its protection. You can even pay them to perform certain tasks. Let me tell you, we have a backer in the Skywave Alliance. You'd better not mess around. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to take on the entire Skywave Alliance alone. Lin Xiaoji was a little scared as well. He looked worriedly at Xiaoyang and said, "Senior brother, why don't we just let this matter go? If you get dragged into it, the gains won't make up for the losses." "Humph, you want to just let it go?" "Impossible. You'll have to hand over all your cultivation resources. Otherwise, don't even think about it." Daha yelled at Lin Xiaoji and Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang pursed his lips. He didn't care about this Skywave Alliance at all. As the disciple of the Poison Sect Master, almost the entire Poison Sect belonged to him. What bullshit alliance would have to listen to him obediently? "Shut up!" He roared, raised his hand, and slapped the two of them in the face. This short-sighted and irritating duo, they just couldn't stand the sight of them. They didn't even look at their current situation, and they still wanted them to apologize? It was simply a dream. Xiaoyang almost wanted to kill them. However, he still restrained himself. He couldn't kill the other party, but crippling the other party's cultivation and teaching them a lesson was still a piece of cake. You dare to hit us? You're finished. I'm telling you, you're finished. Why aren't you apologizing to us? Daha and Ha yelled at Xiaoyang. They thought that with the Skywave Alliance, they wouldn't have to worry about their safety. Little did they know that a great disaster was about to befall them. Xiaoyang raised his hand and condensed the power of his cultivation in his palm. He ignored their shouts and roars and slowly pressed his palm down. A majestic power exploded and washed over Daha and Ha. Under the pain, the two men screamed again. They even waved their hands, trying to struggle. It's over, it's over. We've met a madman. What do we do? What do we do? It's all your fault. Why did you try to be strong? If you knew this would happen, you would have apologized. It's not over yet, is it? Daha and Ha only felt that their cultivation was continuously dissipating. Both of them were trying to shift the blame to each other and blame each other. Seeing that all of their cultivations had been crippled, they panicked to the point of no return. Unable to think any further, they knelt on the ground in fear and kowtowed to Xiaoyang, shouting loudly, "Senior brother, please spare our lives. Spare our lives, we know we were wrong. Please give us a chance to turn over a new leaf." At this moment, they were so close to death. Life and death were all in Xiaoyang's hands. To think that they were so confident in going against Xiaoyang just now. Now, they didn't even know how they died. They regretted it to the extreme. Get lost. Xiaoyang roared in anger. The palm that was originally covering them pressed down heavily, directly crushing their dantian and destroying all their meridians. This time it was not as simple as just dispersing their cultivation. It was basically completely crippling their cultivation. There was no possibility for them to cultivate in the future. Uft. Daha and Erha suffered a huge shock and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces instantly turned pale, sensing that their cultivation bases were completely crippled. They were devastated and wanted to cry, but had no tears. They were heartbroken and in despair. Go, hurry up and leave. Although Daha and Erha were heartbroken and miserable in order to save their lives, they hurriedly got up and left the place. Lin Xiaoji's face was full of worry. He looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Senior brother, isn't this punishment a little too heavy? They might even find people from the Sky Wave Alliance." Xiaoyang waved his hand and didn't take this matter to heart. "Don't think too much. I'll take as many as they come. If they find trouble with you, just let me know. Now, take me to the Sect Master's Peak," he explained, then released his cultivation base and soared into the air. With a wave of his hand, he released a wave of cultivation power and directly swept Lin Xiaoji into the air. "Next, you just have to lead the way," Xiaoyang instructed. It had probably been a few hours since they came out of the pine tree hall. Xiaoyang didn't know if his master was anxious from waiting, so he was in a hurry. Lin Xiaoji knew that it was useless to think too much now that things had come to this, so he simply stopped thinking and hurriedly pointed in the direction. In less than 10 breaths, Xiaoyang finally arrived at the Sect Master's peak under the rapid flight. Xiaoyang glanced at it and made a judgment based on the terrain, structure, and buildings. He also felt a familiar aura on the Sect Master's peak. He immediately confirmed that it was the Sect Master's peak. "All right, thank you very much. These are your cultivation resources. Work hard." He expressed his gratitude to Lin Xiaoji and casually took out a storage ring and handed it to him. Naturally, there were a lot of cultivation resources in the storage ring. Perhaps other people would treasure their storage rings and their cultivation resources, but Xiaoyang was different. He had a lot of storage rings, so naturally he didn't lack cultivation resources. When he was at the foot of the Poison Mountain, he took a lot of storage rings from Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others. Therefore, casually giving out a storage ring was like dropping a grain of rice to him. It wasn't worth his attention at all. However, Lin Xiaoji didn't think so. He looked at the storage ring that Xiaoyang gave out, and his heart skipped a beat. Although he wanted it very much, he restrained himself. Chapter 422. This, senior brother, I can't afford it. You'd better not harm me. Hurry up and put it away. Cultivators nowadays are all in need of cultivation resources. I still have the cultivation resources given by the sect. It's barely enough. Lin Xiaoji said to Xiaoyang very politely. In his opinion, Xiaoyang would definitely give a share to him. He could not accept it no matter what. Once he accepted it, his conscience would feel uneasy. Xiaoyang had helped him a lot, and he could not be more grateful. How could he ask for benefits from him now? Lin Xiaoji took a few steps back. His face was full of humility and embarrassment. He said, "Senior brother, I'm not as generous as you. I didn't even take the initiative to give you my share. I didn't do anything to show my gratitude to you. So it's even harder for me to ask for your cultivation resources." He was afraid that Xiaoyang would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained. Xiaoyang frowned. He began to understand the miserable situation of bullied newcomers like them. He smiled slightly. With a flip of his hand, he took out the remaining dozens of storage rings. He controlled these storage rings and made them float around him, shining with different lights. He explained, "See, I don't lack cultivation resources. Besides, I'm the disciple of the Poison Sect Master. Do you think the sect will lack cultivation resources for me? I'll give it to you. Take it." Hiss! Lin Xiaoji looked at the storage rings floating around Xiaoyang and could not help but gasp. Damn, there are so many storage rings. The things taken out from Xiaoyang's hands were definitely not empty shells. If every storage ring was filled with cultivation resources, how many would there be? No wonder Xiaoyang was so generous. Giving away a storage ring was simply a drop in the bucket for him. Thank you, senior brother. It would be impolite of me to refuse. If senior brother has any instructions in the future, just let me know. I'll definitely do it. After Lin Xiaoji recovered from his shock, he took a storage ring from Xiaoyang's hand in shock. He then watched as Xiaoyang kept the storage rings and flew up the sect master's peak. He only left when Xiaoyang's figure disappeared from his sight. At this moment, Xiaoyang had already stepped onto the sect master's peak. There were many formations on the peak, and these formations were much more profound than the ones he had seen before. There were even formations within formations, which were formations within formations. They were extremely profound and unfathomable. Even Xiaoyang was a little wary of them. With his 4th-level martial arts, Grandmaster cultivation, he was not omnipotent. At least for now, he was still unable to break through the powerful formations within formations. Xiaoyang blinked and deliberately avoided these formations, taking a detour. Although there are formations set up here, as long as you don't barge in and activate them, you'll be fine. When they were halfway up the mountain, they saw a familiar figure in front of them. Who else could it be but the Poison Sect Master? Master. Xiaoyang approached the Poison Sect Master and cupped his fists at the Poison Sect Master. My disciple, you're here. The Poison Sect Master turned around and glanced at Xiaoyang. He smiled and his eyes were filled with gratification. Ever since Xiaoyang had set foot on the Sect Master's peak, he had paid more attention to him. He had wanted to use these formations to test Xiaoyang's potential and strength. He had not expected Xiaoyang to be so clever and avoid all of the formations. However, from this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang's attainments in array formations were quite profound. Not everyone could avoid the array formation. Even the 10 pavilion masters would be affected by it. The Poison Sect Master could not help but regard Xiaoyang even more highly. My disciple, you've become my disciple. Tell me what you want to learn. I'll teach you everything I can. The Poison Sect Master slowly opened his mouth. Actually, he also had a few top-notch techniques. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that a genius like Xiaoyang would probably have his own ideas. So he decided to ask Xiaoyang so that he wouldn't be rejected. Xiaoyang's eyes flashed. He really wanted to ask the Poison Sect Master for the 3rd volume of the Heavenly Book. However, after thinking about it carefully, he decided against it. The other party might not have it, so there was no need to make things difficult for him. Currently, Xiaoyang was cultivating the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical incantation, which was the 1st volume of the Heavenly Book. He also had the heaven-devouring poison supreme incantation, which was the 2nd volume of the Heavenly Book. The 2nd volume of the Heavenly Book was obtained from the Poison Demon and Poison Demon. Both the Poison Demon and Poison Demon originated from ancient times. From this, it could be seen how rare the Heavenly Book was. Unless one was a person from ancient times who had survived until now, it was impossible to obtain the Heavenly Book. Even in ancient times, the Heavenly Book cultivation technique was relatively rare. Not everyone knew about it. Xiaoyang could only settle for the 2nd best. He smiled at the Poison Sect Master and said, My disciple can learn anything, as long as it's the strongest. He right. Master has a top-notch cultivation technique of our sect. It's called the Greater Teleportation Technique. You saw it before. Do you want to learn it? The Poison Sect Master smiled at Xiaoyang. He was afraid that Xiaoyang would not be interested, so he continued to explain. After cultivating the 1st level of the Greater Teleportation Technique, you can teleport any person or object in front of you and send them back safely. At the 2nd level, you can teleport up to a distance of 1,000,000 zhang. At the third level, you can teleport up to 5 lakes and 4 seas. At the fourth level, you can teleport up to the heavens and the earth. All living things can be teleported by you. Everything is within your control. How about it? Are you interested? I'll go. It sounds awesome. This made Xiaoyang want to move. This greater teleportation technique was not just for show. It could teleport anywhere. In that case, wouldn't those countries and cities be easily teleported away? Not to mention, he could even teleport heaven and earth. Wouldn't all living things in this world be at his disposal? Learn, learn, learn. Master, I want to learn the greater teleportation technique. Please teach me the greater teleportation technique. If this greater teleportation technique was really as powerful as it was described, then its value was no less than that of a heavenly book. The poison sect master laughed heartily. He raised his hand and pointed his index finger between Xiaoyang's eyebrows, imparting the greater teleportation technique to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang immediately saw many words appear in his sea of consciousness. When they were connected, they formed a technique. This must be the greater teleportation technique. His heart thumped. All right, you can cultivate in peace. I can give you great rewards for every level you cultivate. You must cultivate well. Don't waste your cultivation talent. The poison sect master exhorted Xiaoyang deeply and sighed in his heart. In fact, he did not cultivate this greater teleportation technique in the past. He knew that with his talent and aptitude, it was impossible for him to cultivate it to perfection. However, in order to save his lover, he could only cultivate the greater teleportation technique with all his might. Chapter 4:23. Unfortunately, he'd only reached the peak of the second level so far. Advancing any further would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Thus, he could only place all his hopes on Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang could cultivate to the third level, he'd be able to fulfill one of his wishes. Of course, he didn't need to tell Xiaoyang about this to avoid pressuring Xiaoyang. The poison sect master took out several hundred spirit stones and handed them to Xiaoyang. She slowly said, "Disciple, cultivate in peace. Don't worry about anything else. Your master will protect you. Master, please don't worry. This disciple will work hard for you. Only a fool wouldn't cherish such a cultivation technique that you already know." He couldn't wait to start cultivating. Just then, a transmission jade slip flew in from the distance, abruptly appearing in front of the master and disciple pair. Xiaoyang had thought that it was for him, but when he saw the poison sect master's expression change, he said solemnly, "Disciple, work hard." The greater teleportation art is the poison sect's ultimate technique. Don't let him down. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. After leaving Xiaoyang some instructions, the poison sect master immediately erupted with his cultivation and disappeared into the distance. It's better to be alone, Xiaoyang muttered to himself as he watched the poison sect master leave. Currently, he was the only one left on this huge sect master's peak. Just thinking about it made him feel good. He took a deep breath. The spiritual energy here was very dense. However, Xiaoyang's constitution was special. He relied on poison to raise his cultivation, so the spiritual energy here was actually disadvantageous to him. Because of his innate poison constitution, if he absorbed enough spiritual energy, his cultivation would drop. Forget it. I'll just cultivate here for a while. Whether it's the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art or the greater teleportation art, I need to speed up my cultivation. Although Master didn't say anything, I can feel his anticipation and desire when he imparted the greater teleportation art. After gathering his thoughts and making up his mind, Xiaoyang began to cultivate in silence. The first thing he cultivated was the heaven-devouring poison tyrant art. In his past life, this technique had directly helped him to become the eternal poison sovereign. No matter what, he could not give it up. Until now, it was this technique that had allowed him to become the king of poisons, and his cultivation had soared to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Xiao Yang sat cross-legged, slowly comprehending and cultivating. Time passed day after day. If someone saw it, they would see a figure sitting on a rock halfway up the mountain. When the sun came out, he would be there. When the sun set, he would still be there. When the moon came out, he would still be there. When the moon disappeared, he would still be there. At this moment, Xiao Yang seemed to be eternally unchanging. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The poison sect master still hadn't returned. The huge sect master's peak was quiet, with only the sounds of insects and wild animals. Xiao Yang, who had been sitting quietly without moving, slowly opened his eyes. His face seemed to be filled with vicissitudes of life as he muttered, "I've finally broken through to the 5th level of the heaven-devouring poison tyrant incantation." His understanding of poison had entered a new realm. The so-called poison was omnipresent. Xiao Yang grabbed out with one hand and grasped the air. He could extract traces of black poison from the rich spiritual qi. The poison was immediately absorbed by Xiao Yang. Not only did the air and spiritual qi contain poison, but the various plants and animals, including the bodies of human cultivators, also contained poison. Even the soul and consciousness of a human contained poison. For example, when a person was mad and furious, greedy and angry, the poison would take effect. If Xiao Yang could continue to comprehend the 6th level of the heaven-devouring poison tyrant incantation, then he would be able to extract the poison from all things in the world for his own use. Temporarily putting aside the cultivation of the heaven-devouring poison tyrant incantation, Xiao Yang once again entered a meditative state and began to ponder the great teleportation technique. He comprehended it while cultivating. In addition to the great teleportation technique, there was also the poison sect master's many years of experience in cultivating this technique. Xiao Yang also absorbed it and turned it into his own knowledge. Perhaps it was because he had cultivated the first scroll of the heavenly book before. But when he cultivated the great teleportation technique, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if this great teleportation technique was tailor-made for him. Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel excited. However, when he thought about how he was in the middle of cultivation and comprehension, it wasn't appropriate for him to be overjoyed or sad. He immediately controlled himself and settled his mind, maintaining a calm and empty state as he focused on cultivation. Time continued to pass, and the sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The vegetation on the sect master's peak had grown a lot taller. Xiao Yang's surroundings were almost completely covered by grass. Cultivation was dry and lonely. Only by enduring the loneliness would one be able to achieve something. After another half a month, Xiao Yang, who had been in a meditative state all day, finally slowly woke up. First, his fingers moved, followed by his eyelids twitching. After opening his eyes, his hands formed an inexplicable technique. As his cultivation erupted, a large stone that was hundreds of feet away was immediately moved over by him. Needless to say, he was extremely excited. Xiao Yang was overjoyed and excited. "Damn, this is awesome. I can't even imagine it." His eyes widened as he looked at his masterpiece. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. After swallowing a mouthful of water, he became excited. "I have cultivated the first level of the great teleportation technique so quickly. This is too helpful." Xiao Yang gave himself 1,000 thumbs up in his heart. "Go back." Xiao Yang used the great teleportation technique again and moved the stone in front of him back to its original position. As he used the technique, the large stone was affected by the teleportation power and instantly flew back to its original position. "Oh my God! Oh, this is awesome." Xiao Yang almost jumped up on the spot. He was overjoyed and excited. He succeeded in cultivating it so easily. He was very curious about the 2nd and 3rd levels. Let's try again. After all, Xiaoyang was only a teenager in this life. Naturally, he still had a childish heart. Now that he had just mastered the great teleportation technique, he naturally wanted to play around. His eyes landed on a large tree not far away. His gaze focused, and he chuckled. The corner of his mouth curled up into a beautiful arc, great teleportation technique move. As he formed a technique with both hands, a throbbing cultivation erupted. A large tree that was hundreds of feet away from him was instantly moved over by him. Go back. Once again, Xiaoyang moved the tree back to its original spot. The tree moved back and forth without changing anything. However, Xiaoyang was overjoyed. He was extremely excited. I can totally try living things. Chapter 4:24. Xiaoyang muttered to himself. After thinking about it, this thought seemed to be some kind of desire that made him unable to stop. He immediately spread out his divine sense to look for a living animal. Yes, there were birds flying in the sky and birds chirping in the trees. Xiaoyang smiled evilly and immediately made a gesture with both hands. With the eruption of his cultivation, the power of teleportation swept out in an instant and immediately caught the bird not far away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bird fell into Xiaoyang's hand and was a little frightened. It kept flapping its wings, struggling and shouting. Xiaoyang touched the bird's feathers and let it go with a smile. Then he went to teleport a few wild animals, such as chickens, ducks, geese, giraffes, and so on. When these animals were first teleported over, they were all confused. When they were sent back to their original positions by Xiaoyang, they were even more confused. Then they stopped thinking and continued to eat grass while lying down to rest. Haha, interesting. This great teleportation technique is really fun. Xiaoyang was very happy and carefree. He walked around the sect master's peak. If he encountered an array, he would directly use the great teleportation technique to move the array away. When he walked over, he would move the array back. The array on the sect master's peak couldn't stop Xiaoyang's footsteps at all. Xiaoyang walked to a lake where there were fish playing in the water. He didn't even think about it and immediately used the great teleportation technique. In an instant, a huge green carp was teleported in front of Xiaoyang. The big green carp was shocked and hurriedly struggled. Xiaoyang looked at it happily and then threw it back into the water. I'm already very proficient in using the great teleportation technique. I've played with almost all the animals and plants on the sect master's peak. I think Master will be proud of me. Xiaoyang muttered to himself with a somewhat excited expression. Buzz! A soft voice echoed. Xiaoyang looked over and saw a communication jade slip rapidly flying towards him. This communication jade slip looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the one he had given to Lin Xiaoji? Yeah, this is bad. I killed Li Xinlong, offended 3 disciples of the punishment hall, and even crippled the cultivation of Daha and Ha. I reckon that the people of the Skywave Alliance are after me. I've been hiding in the sect master's peak. Those people must be looking for trouble with Lin Xiaoji. Isn't this harming him? With Lin Xiaoji's personality, if it wasn't for an emergency life and death situation, he probably wouldn't have informed him. Xiaoyang thought through all this and immediately used his movement skill to quickly descend the mountain. After leaving the sect master's peak, he used his memory to walk through the places he had been to before. He even spread out his divine thought to help search for the sect master. His divine thought covered a radius of several thousand feet. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he finally found Lin Xiaoji. Now, they were at the bottom of a cliff. Lin Xiaoji was almost beaten to a pulp. There were many wounds on his body. His eyes, nose, and ears were bleeding. His clothes were dyed red by blood. At this moment, he was lying limp on the ground, twitching from time to time. In front of him, there were more than 10 people, including Daha and Ha. The duo bowed their heads and bowed to one of the disciples. Presumably, That disciple was from the Skywave Alliance, the so-called backer of the duo. Daha smiled apologetically at Duan Tao. Then, with a straight face, he walked towards Qin Xiaoji and shouted, "Lin Xiaoji, why don't you hurry up and tell me where Xiaoyang is? Do you believe that I won't skin you alive and make you beg for death?" After he roared, he even kicked the heavily injured Lin Xiaoji. At this moment, Lin Xiaoji couldn't even scream. It could be seen how weak he was. He was almost on the verge of death. In Erha's hand, he was holding a communication jade slip. That communication jade slip was found in Lin Xiaoji's storage ring. He activated it without saying a word. Then he didn't take it seriously. "Lin Xiaoji, you won't tell me, right? Good, very good. Now, I'll kill you and let you know the consequences of disobeying us. Do you see? Even Brother Duan Tao of the Skywave Alliance is here. You still don't know what's good for you. Humph. Previously, I admired your stubbornness. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Maybe I'll send you to heaven." Daha snorted coldly. Killing intent rose from his body. The two of them had paid a lot to find Duan Tao of the Skywave Alliance. Originally, they wanted to kill Lin Xiaoji and Xiaoyang in one fell swoop. Now it seemed that it was a failure. Therefore, he wanted to vent all his anger on Lin Xiaoji. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand, and a Dharma treasure appeared in his hand. Although this Dharma treasure was of the common level, it was extremely sharp. It was easy to deal with Lin Xiaoji, who was on the verge of death. Just as the magic weapon in his hand was about to pierce Lin Xiaoji's heart, Xiaoyang suddenly appeared in front of them like a gust of wind. With a gloomy face, he snorted coldly. "Daha, I didn't kill you before. I let you live. Now you're back to die." With a cold snort, his cultivation base erupted and slammed into Daha's body. Daha screamed and was instantly sent flying. He landed next to Duan Tao and smashed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Daha climbed up from the ground. His face was filled with grief and anger. He said fiercely, "Xiaoyang, you're finished. How dare you attack me? No one in this world can save you." After saying those harsh words to Xiaoyang, he immediately turned around and said to Duan Tao, "Senior brother Duan Tao, you've seen it for yourself. This guy is extremely vile. Our cultivations were crippled by him. We must teach him a lesson." Daha also stepped forward angrily and egged, "Senior brother Duan Tao, please uphold justice for us. Don't ruin the reputation of the Skywave Alliance." When Duan Tao heard their flattery, he became even more arrogant. His cultivation was not low to begin with. He was a third-level martial ancestor. In addition, he was a member of the Skywave Alliance. Therefore, he was more arrogant than ordinary disciples. He was also domineering and arrogant. No one dared to provoke him. The reason why he stepped forward to help Daha and Daha was because, firstly, they were related. Secondly, the two of them had given him a lot of cultivation resources. Therefore, he came over. Duan Tao glanced at Xiaoyang and estimated Xiaoyang's strength. From Xiaoyang's attack just now, he didn't seem to be very good. Naturally, he had some confidence in defeating him. He snorted at Xiaoyang and stepped forward. He looked down at Xiaoyang and said coldly, "You're Xiaoyang? You actually destroyed Daha and Daha's cultivation. Don't you think that's too much?" Chapter 4:25. Now, as long as you apologize to them and cripple your own cultivation, I can spare your life. Duan Tao raised his head and placed his hands behind his back, revealing a very confident look. He believed that Xiaoyang would definitely submit. After all, the Skywave Alliance was not something he could afford to offend for the time being. Not to mention, in terms of strength, he also had the qualifications to crush Xiaoyang. He could not help but smile complacently, raising his head even higher, his eyes almost looking into the sky. Daha and Erha saw that Duan Tao was venting their anger for them, and all of them seemed to have regained their fighting spirit. They took a few steps forward and arrogantly roared at Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, hurry up and apologize to this young master." What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for death? Don't forget, you still have to cripple your own cultivation. Otherwise, let's see who can save you. They used the tiger's might to intimidate others, sneering and mocking Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes, curled his lips, and shrugged his shoulders, not putting them in his eyes at all. To him, these people in front of him were just a bunch of clowns, and there was no need to put them in his heart at all. He was too lazy to pay attention to them. Instead, he focused on checking the injuries on Lin Xiaoji's body. He even took out a lot of healing pills and fed them to Lin Xiaoji, then circulated his cultivation to help Lin Xiaoji heal his injuries. After a while, Lin Xiaoji faintly woke up, coughed a few times, and barely stabilized his injuries. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Xiaoyang. He was very grateful. His eyes were filled with gratitude, and even tears appeared because of this. He really did not expect that Xiaoyang, a dignified disciple of the poison sect master, would actually think highly of him and come to save him in the end. What a great favor was this to him, and he was afraid that he would not be able to repay it in his lifetime. Lin Xiaoji had mixed in from a small family to his current level, and he had experienced many things where speaking to those big shots was like talking to farts. For people at Xiaoyang's level, they could actually completely ignore him, but he still came in the end. Senior brother. He was so touched that he didn't know what to say. His voice sounded like he was about to cry. Xiaoyang comforted him and said, "All right, you're a grown man. It's too ugly to cry. Don't worry, I won't let you be bullied for nothing." Sensing Lin Xiaoji's cultivation aura, Xiaoyang was quick to notice that Lin Xiaoji had risen by 1 level. Seeing that, Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. "You're not bad. I have high hopes for you. In such a short period of time, you've increased your cultivation by 1 level. It's very rare. You have to maintain it well, understand? As long as you become strong, you won't be bullied. Only with a high cultivation base can you protect the people you want to protect." Xiaoyang was also quite surprised by Lin Xiaoji's talent and aptitude, so he didn't mind saying a few more words. "Yes, I understand. Senior brother, I will not disappoint you. I will strive to improve my cultivation." Lin Xiaoji cried as he made this promise. Ever since he'd entered the poison sect, almost all the poison sect disciples he'd met had bullied him. They wanted to steal his cultivation resources, or they despised him and didn't want to stick together with him for warmth. After all, he was just a wretched kid with no background or power. Those with a background looked down on him, and with his high cultivation base, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. As a result, the weak Lin Xiaoji could only be alone in the world, bullied and extorted by others. However, Xiaoyang's appearance had changed his fate. He firmly believed that there were still good people in this world. Thus, he was very grateful to Xiaoyang, the kind that was filled with deep gratitude. Add to that Xiaoyang's high status, and he naturally treated Xiaoyang as his leader. In the future, he'd have to listen to Xiaoyang's orders. It was the same as treating Xiaoyang as his boss, even though Xiaoyang didn't recognize him as a little brother. But it didn't matter. In this world, there were many wishful thinking. Lin Xiaoji didn't mind being a wishful person. "All right, step back. Now watch how I'll avenge you." Xiaoyang stepped forward, shielding Lin Xiaoji behind him. This stirred Lin Xiaoji's heart once more. In truth, Xiaoyang was more interested in testing out his greater teleportation art. He was just doing Lin Xiaoji a favor in passing. "Brat, are you being stubborn and planning to go against us?" Daha looked at Xiaoyang's actions and immediately saw through Xiaoyang's intentions. His face could not help but turn gloomy and ugly. Daha's face was also ugly and ashen. This damned Xiaoyang, not only did he cripple their cultivation, but he was still so stubborn even when he met the people from the Skywave Alliance. This Lin Xiaoji was just a poor man. Was it worth it to sacrifice so much for him? Duan Tao's smile stiffened. He originally thought that Xiaoyang would be tactful and compromise, but from the looks of it, this Xiaoyang was just foolishly courting death. Did he really think that he could go against the Skywave Alliance alone? Humph. Since he's courting death, I'll grant him his wish. Duan Tao took a few more steps forward and released his aura, locking onto Xiaoyang. His battle intent exploded, and the cultivation of a third-level martial ancestor realm rumbled. He stared coldly at Xiaoyang and said coldly, "Xiaoyang, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me for being ruthless." With a roar, he immediately formed a seal with one hand and executed a lightning elemental martial technique. 5-day thunder. With the eruption of his cultivation, the dark clouds in the sky instantly gathered. In the blink of an eye, thick dark clouds covered the sky, causing the surrounding light to dim. In Duan Tao's palm there was a ball of lightning. Although the ball of lightning was only the size of a palm, the power it contained was enough to make even a 4th-level martial ancestor realm fearful. "I'll let you have a taste of my 5-day thunder. Quick!" Duan Tao roared angrily. After condensing the power of the small lightning ball, he immediately threw it at Xiaoyang, wanting to bombard Xiaoyang. "Let's see if you'll die this time." After executing the martial technique, Duan Tao looked proud and complacent. As a cultivator of this martial technique, he naturally knew the power of the ball of lightning. Killing a mere Xiaoyang was a piece of cake. Xiaoyang blinked, and his eyes were filled with interest. He didn't feel threatened by the ball of lightning. Instead, he felt that it was fun. Yes, ever since he mastered the greater teleportation technique in the past month or so, he was extremely interested in everything. "I wonder what will happen if I shift this ball of lightning. Why don't I give it a try?" Xiaoyang thought to himself and immediately formed a seal with both hands. Great shift art. With the eruption of his cultivation, a terrifying transference power roll was born from his body.